and give thanks and glorify and edify your agape, your love, your Shem, your those that you chose. You make us do it. You make your bride. It's about a wedding. And I think I am give all thanks. We're supposed to give thanks even for bad, and just most people it's when things are going well. So narrow, many are called but few are chosen. So we'll always give thanks and want to have the discussion, and I speak of it often and hear his words, not mine, they're his. That his flock is a teeny tiny, it's a small, it's just a fraction of the whole, and we're not turning goats into sheep. That is, the sheep is the wedding feast of the lambs. So this is what it's about. It's about being charitable. That's agape love. Love is charitable. So you have to have charity works both ways. If you're charitable, if he says to be charitable, that means he said to be giving. That means you need to be the one that has extra oil so you can help another brother out. And that extra oil, more than anything, is the eye is the lamp of the body. So don't serve dirt, service of your eyes. So hopefully, Father, the word will convey through the gospel, not through myself, through the cosmos, through the orderly arrangement of his words, his testament, his apostles, his 13, and through the only one gospel that is unchanged is the gospel of the Hamashiach, the one that was anointed, extra oil, Christ, the term Christ. So that's a term, it's a translation, never written in the original text, but you your own judgments, the final trump. So that's the great and dreadful day of the Lord. There's another term never written in the text, but we'll use it for conversation, for dialectus, dialect, glossa, tongues, like if it's foreign, that's alien, actually, the word alien. So alien tongue, yeah, new mystery, Babylonian, new mystery, Babylonian. That's what they speak. They speak in a dead dialect. They mourn. They celebrate birth, and we're not supposed to celebrate. He fulfilled all the celebrations. Remember the set apart days, the end gatherings. Careful with the company you keep. Don't sup with vipers. Don't cast your pearls before swine. The feast of unleavened bread. Like unleavened, because it did like little leaven. Leaven's the whole lump. Like one bad apple upsets the whole apple cart. Like the cream that always rises to the top. So that's his heavens. That doesn't mean above your head. So people don't die and go to the sky. So that's satanic, occult space worship. Stars. Hey, it's a match out here to tell you have to have a celestial eye, celestial bis. Remember, my people shall perish for like abyss knowledge. So they think they think they're spinning. How about that? We'll just start with that. They're spinning. So thank you, Father, for that. We'll just keep it straight with that, right? I am the Habrizo. Keep it straight, right? I'm the separator of the dark and the light, the day and the night. It's predestination. It's in Paul's writings in the book of Romans. So the ones he chose, he has knowledge already. Prognosko is the Greek word. It was an old Jewish book written in Greek. So people don't pay attention. nor do they take the time. They think they're spinning. That Hebrew word is froward, to spin. It also means to add or take away, and he said, don't do that. It's the very last thing he left. Those are his last words. The Hamashiach, the Messiah. That's Hebrew for Messiah. So no demon nation in here. So they're all vain. Remember the book of Jeremiah, their temples synagogues of Satan is what he calls. Satan means adversary, but most people, their tongue is alien. They think there's such thing as aliens. They also think they're spinning. They're heliocentric, helio meaning the sun model, like the heliosphere, like the magnetic canopy, like under the sea. Well, no, that would be, never mind. We won't go there, but demon nation. That's what I said. They're demon nation. So all of them, they're all satanic. Satan, that's Catholicism, the worship of the wheel, the perversion of their celebration. We're not supposed to say celebrate, to have an orgy. Remember, it's Old Testament. This has been going on for thousands. They're doing it again. They're doing the same. It was outlawed. They'd fine you and throw you in jail in America. Now it's a corporation. It's not America. It's a corporation. It used to be America, but now it's just a corporation open for business. They sell the labor bonds, treasury. Careful where you cast your pearls, right? Not in the mud, not before swine. The scriptures tell us they're vain, their traditions in Jeremiah. So their customs, their wheel worship, gods in the sky. Remember, the firmament clears the handiwork. Waters above and waters below. The sea, remember, under the sea. They got their whatever. Their trident god, their 3-in-1 god, Zeus, whatever. All their man gods, deities, daemonion, demon nation. A demon is the word daemonion, and a daemonion is a distributor of fortunes or lies to others. An idolater is a distributor of fortunes or lies to self. He divorced his bride Israel and called her a whore in the book of the Apocalypse. Divorced her that day and hung himself like a piece of paper, but instead he paid the bride price in flesh to fulfill all laws of flesh. Remember, fulfilled. He said it was fulfilled as they hung him on a tree. Nobody hung from crosses. That's paganism, Satanism, Catholicism, star worship, north and south. Remember, he said, I am the horizo. I am the separator. Remember, aviation, aeronautics, never mind, like nautical miles. I apologize. I was prior Reconstructionist, so. They did, I got somebody, I think we got Pee Wee Herman's in here. James was the brother of Christ, but we got Pee Wee's pumping something. Doing the old Arnold Schwarzenegger, like Saturday Night Live, remember? We won't go there. But all right. Thank you, Father, for always give glory to the word. Father is the word. That's Hokadesh. If you speak any Hebrew, oligos, that's a Greek word. That means a puny, a fraction, a little bit. Poquito. How about chiquita? No, not like banana. Why do I always compare everything with a banana? What's up with all that? I don't understand these modern day memes. So memes, parables, difference between an idiot and an idiom, right? So they can't turn goats into sheep. So I don't know what their demon nation is. Remember idolatry? That's the word pornea. I don't know which chain they're pulling or which hub they come from. So maybe it's pulling on the subway or something. I don't know. It's not up to me. Remember, you'll know them by their fruit. So covers, don't judge them by their cover. So it's not up for me to turn goats. Remember, their horn god, their 3-in-1 gender. So third rock from the sun in the third dimension. Don't insult moon rocks. Somebody sounds like they're going to the dispensary. They do. They got some of them Anakin spacewalker, all that dispensary nonsense. So that's okay. It is what it is. Life's not Burger King, and not everybody can have access to have the ability, but that's the society we live in. So snakes up a pole, you're gonna pretty much, if you're not uh, doing, how can you be charitable if you're not have abundance by yourself? And self is the word latria in the Greek. Like I said, pornea, idolatria. That is the word idolatry. Remember, he divorced his bride, but remember, you can't take care of anybody else if you're all messed up and you don't have anything to give. So, well, charity is with the word. So that's what I come in here to share. The agape love is charity. Love is charitable. So, although it's, when you clothed him, you clothed me. When you fed him, you fed me. That's not like we're not supposed to help a brother or sister that's down, but the most charitable agape love is to be charitable with the word. Go out and share the gospel. You can't be more charitable. There's nothing more valuable than the gospel. So you can go ahead and name it. I'll wait. You can start the timer or whatever, but I know what the gospel tells me. So you're supposed to go out and share that, let them know the kingdom is nigh at hand, and that your redemption draweth nigh, and that look up, and that we have that the high priest is now not just Aaron and Levite, but Shiloh, and he's not all flesh, not everybody. Many are called, but few are chosen. So, but let's go share that. Where there are two or three gathered in my agape, my Shem, under this testament. So that's right. Hallelujah. Says Paul said you'd see the day approaching. So nobody knows the day or the hour. That's why it tells us to be charitable and to be, that's part of agape. We're supposed to walk in agape love. So he makes us. You're not forcing anybody. Don't think that you need to do that. That's your young spirit thinking that you're going to change somebody, and you can't change anybody. I don't come here to try to change a single. You can't. It's already written. Everything not written, the Creator writes. So all glory to the Creator, all glory to Shiloh, the high priest. Now, remember, Father stands as the judge, and during judgments, the seventh shofar, the great for oligos, the fraction, fear not, oligos block, the few, the fraction that find the straight gate. Remember, he tells us in Matthew. Well, you're not turning goats into sheep, Brian. You're just not. That's one thing there's no such thing accepting Christ, but once he calls out to your heart to seek after me, he tells us that not one of us would, then that you're not out there trying to turn people. You're just supposed to be charitable. That's what you do. You treat everybody the same. Get up every day and tell yourself everybody's evil. Everybody you know is an actor, acting like everything's just a-okay, hunky-dory, whatever you want to call it. That's a head shop in Eugene, Oregon, by the way. It's called Hunky Dory. It's in Eugene. Give a little shout out to the glass blowers. Never mind. So, but whatever. I'm over here like like a circle jerk over here with a bunch of hippies passing around the peace pipe. Oh, just kidding. Just joking. Just yoking. Remember, like a circle, like an egg. Yolk. Get it? So, all right. Maybe don't get it like the sun. Some orange. It's like the white now. It used to be orange. Now it's like the white. Get to imagine that. Imagine dragons. The magic. So, just yoking around. There we go. So, hey, it's the superfood. So, I'm thinking one of my ladies, she got pecked in the eye, but she's doing all right. She being a loner, but it's one of my original birds. So I'm sure it's that new flock. They tend to just kind of keep themselves separate, and that's okay. They're working it out. She'll figure it out. It's not, I've seen that happen before. They're like that. They have peckers, they're chickens. So roosters got peckers too, So, all right, just Kidding. It's Giannis month is over. January, the one with the rooster, the cock. So that's Giannis, the two-faced like bookends, like the Gemini, like two jokers in a deck, like splitting the aces when you play blackjack, like a double demon, you double down. You know, we gave that. You gave that. Yes, you did. You gave those children those fortunes and prizes, or whatever, gifts. How about bribes? And you ate the cookies and milk, and you drank the milk too. So you lied. That's one. Remember, a demon is a distributor of fortunes or lies. So you split the aces, like doubling down, like a Gemini twins, like two jokers in a deck of cards. Get it? Like splitting the deck. You ever play blackjack? 21. No such thing as luck. No such thing as free will. So, all right. Apologize. I was a little ahead of myself there, but Russian Orthodox. Well, how about um, Orthodox? You know, what do you mean, like Catholic? You know, Catholicism. It's still Orthodox is the Catholicism. So, I know that the Russian Orthodox priests met with uh, the former priests in Antarctica, if that has any validity to you. And so Rome never died. And so when this reset goes, the Russian Orthodox Church, if you will keep this. It says it in Scripture, whatever. It's how it's written. It doesn't matter. I know what the Scripture says, so I know how they. It's Gog and Magog. You're just celestially unwise, bis, knowledge. You have no knowledge. That's the word hell, or bis in Revelation 9:11. So you don't know what the hell you're talking about, but not you personally, but anybody who's argues with. Remember, Father creates this Isaiah 45:7 evil. So he's the one who created the Vatican. He said, "Call no man Father, Pope, Papa." You know, Catholicism, the deadly head wound that was healed in Scripture. So I know I've studied. I was remember I that was how I whatever you got to go back. With the beginning was the Roman Church. They had at the time of Rome the Catholics, Catholic. Remember they had the Catholic Inquisitions. So if you know about Orthodox, you know about well, Orthodox. We don't need to go there. Bishops and how about pawns? You're played like a joker, like two of them in a deck of cards, but they're all Satanism. They're all their isms. They celebrate the birth of their sun god, birthed in the manger. They're masse. They eat flesh. That's the Saturnalia, or the Feast of the Yule. So I'm not into any of these isms. It's same thing. Catholicism, still the same thing, whether it's Orthodox or not, or Russian or Catholic or Protestant or Presbyterian or Baptist or Christian or Catholic. It's all the same thing. They all follow this Pope Papa. So, yeah, the jerky boys things. Whatever. They're all up there, you know, playing the high priest. And Shiloh is the one who has the crown, right? Well, no. He said, "Let no one take your crown." You have to have a crown to set at the feet of Shiloh. Shiloh is the high priest of the church, not some priest kitty touch much perversion. So I'm being serious though. You know, I gotta not like the dog star serious. Get it? So oh hey, hold on. I got to go feed these. I should have done this sooner, but whatever it is, my time is up. Let me go feed these birds because I have to give them their dinner time, so they got enough food in their belly to make it through the night, and you know, be nice and warm and keep them spoiled. So give me uno momento. We got to go feed my ladies and go gather my eggs for the day and see how many eggs we got. So it's cold. They quit laying, but they started laying again. So we'll see. We're getting more daylight every day. So heck yeah, we're going back. So yeah, no, hey, hold on. I gotta keep them warm. You know, keep enough food in their belly. They require more food in the winter months. So maybe uno momento. Go out there and I'll be back in. Yeah, I think the sun's just a little bit higher in the sky. We got to do a little rotation here. Show you what we got here. Thank you, Father. Look at that. Farm fresh, baby. Still getting 4 eggs here out of the ladies here. So we go do the shuffle here with the huevos. So we can keep, so I mean, they stay for a long time because they got the bloom on them, but I have to do the shuffle here. Oh boy, that one lays nice eggs. What's beautiful eggs? What's beautiful eggs? All right. Thank you, Father. Like I said, appreciate your patience there. We got to take care of the birds, take care of the ladies, make sure they're fed. They got enough food in their bellies, which helps them. Like I said, they're a little bit overfed, but that's all right. I'd rather give them extras. They got good organic feed, get them through this winter. And not you, of course. Not you. So, but like I said, it's nice having those farm fresh eggs. I tell you, being on a farm gives you abundance in many ways. Hopefully, I'll be able to. Maybe we'll hatch some out this year. Get another rooster or two out here. I have one. I got one when we got some more ladies, but they're a little different. They were raised in a kind of a closed environment. They're learning to free range. They're getting a little better. They're Cinnamon Queen. They're a Rhode Island cross. The other one I have are Red Sex Link, and they seem to divide every day. The ones they hop over the fence, and the six that I had before, they're on one side, and the other ones are inside. Pretty much stay inside. I need to go open the gate more towards the other side of the property now that I've got all the other fence. Nobody's gonna run them over or anything. I'm sure they'll get out of the way. They're birds, but yeah. Nice to have those eggs. Like I said, eggs are a superfood, and having that protein and being able to eat eggs, fresh eggs on a daily is nice. I actually have some hard-boiled eggs that I need to use those up, and I like to just eat the hard-boiled eggs and then when I have extras, I'll give them. I have a whole bunch water glassed. I don't think I was very successful at doing it this time. I need to find better jars to. Let me take off this coat. Go put this coat up. Hold on 1 second here. Kitten's inside laying with the dad. So, but yeah, be thankful to hopefully we can get some more animals out here too. Eventually, it is a ministry, and there is like a mission statement, if you will, and it is to provide abundance and bounty so that it can provide for others, those that are within this ministry, those that are the regulars that come back and spend their time, because you can't print time, and time is valuable. So you're only here in this meat suit for so long. So you'll go back to your reset, who you are, Hogadash spirit. So the meat suit's just a temporary Uber ride, if you will, a little short taxi cab, if you play little whatever that taxi cab game, if you're into the whatever Simple Simon, there, little checkers, or play with numbers or colors. How about that? Colors. Play the red or blue. The donkey or the elephant. One of the play in their circus game. Yeah, it's quite the little circus they got going, but he said, "Come out of her, my people." So we're not supposed to partake. Charity and love and agape love is do not partake. That's what it means. You're supposed to go out and share, but we're not supposed to sup with vipers or cast our pearls in the mud, before swine. So low energy. be in it, but be not of it. So it's a ministry. And hopefully, again, that, the ministry will serve, do what it's supposed to do. Father created all things, so all glory to the agape. Father is love. He said, if I didn't call out to the hearts to seek after me, when you think of a heart, you think of love, right? It says the heart is continuously filled with wickedness. Go back and study, would you please? So I'm not here to please the world. Remember, I'm not here to be loved by the world. If you'll be loved by the world, you'll be hated by my Father. So love. Might want to go back and study. So you got to know what love is. But love is not phileo. And phileo, most people confuse phileo with agape, and they're not memories. The Hamashiach said to Peter, I'm not asking you if you phileo me, Peter. So we've all been a Peter. We got to rob Peter to pay Paul. So remember Paul, he went out and he was turned on the road to Damascus. His heart, and he went out and shared. And he came from, remember, he was a Pharisee, and he murdered Christians for the church. So if Father can rebuke a man's heart like Paul, then even the thief on the cross, who are you to say, right? Just go out and share the gospel. So, but you got to know what gospel. There's only one. Remember, Paul said another gospel. Remember? So there's only one true gospel. And if you add, that's the other gospel, or take away, that's the other gospel. That's why he said the last words he said. The warning that he said, he gave us, his words, the Hogadesh became flesh, Shiloh. Very last things he said, words written in red. Don't add or take away, or I'll blot your name out of that book of life, the Lambs, book of the wedding supper, the feast of the Lambs. You're not turning a goat into a sheep. It's not possible. So be not anxious. Fear not. Only fear the Lord. Only those who fear the Lord will have their name written in the book of remembrance. Remember what it says? Prognosko, that's the Greek word to have foreknowledge of. Like you remember. Not prophecy. There is no prophets. He became the sacrificial lamb. They ate lamb. Remember? Not a broken bone in his body. The unblemished. Fulfilling all the prophecies. They're silly little churches made by hands, temples, houses. The Most High God, Elohim, Elyon, El, whatever. Let's not do that little. Remember, yods are letters. Cosmos is an orderly arrangement. How about that? Cosmos, you think cosmos are in the skies, huh? You think heaven's above your head? Heavens are not above your head. That's not what the heavens are not above your head. So they've got you spinning. Rice round, baby, rice round. Like a record. All right, we had to go there. So it got you messed up. It's got them spinning. Remember, they're spinning. That's the Hebrew word. He said, don't add or take away. Just spin. You're giving it your own spin. Get it? Translation. Do you have a translator? That's the word tongues. Tongues. To speak in a foreign alien. Alien is a word. It's not a being, a time, a place, or space. The spin doctors, there we go. Always a doctor in it. They like to doctor, add, and alchemy, take away, pervert, like a cauldron, like a witch's brew. Brewsters, basically, that's what they were, alchemists. They used to burn them at a stake, and then they hung them on a stake. Actually, they staked into a stalk, but whatever, tree, remember? They would burn you at a, never mind. You don't know torture. You don't know records. He's keeping record, scriptural record. Remember? Freaky, y'all. So Sorry, I had a song in my head, so I had to do a little scratch there. You scratched my back for me, so never mind. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Careful, they like to give it their own spin, like Run DMC. Careful, they get you running, running, running. So they get you doing the Running Man, huh? Now they got you doing the curly shuffle, huh? Hey, Larry, wise guy. Uh, no, I don't drink soda anymore, and I'm not on the carbonic acid. I used to have to be able to pass B flat on a will almost command. So, but now I'm off the carbonic acids, so I don't drink. It's not the corn syrup's the worst, but the carbonic acid's not good for your proteins. So, if you study anything about protein, so yeah. So, anyways, back in the day, maybe too many BHs, or BR, so it is what it is. So it's a natural thing, flatulence, are part of life. So sometimes it's better out than in. There's sometimes less is more. Ooh, deadly, huh? Eat, it always rises like cream to the top. That's the way she girds, boys. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. Careful of your where you put your treasure in a jar or whatever. Remember, Cookie Monster stealing. Got you mixing chocolate and peanut butter. Now they got you Reese's stuck in a cup like two girls or two pieces of chocolate. Oh, all right, moving on. That was organic right there, wasn't it? Hey, everyone who writes these things for me, he doesn't. He creates evil, calamity, and chaos. You can think what you want. How about that? Most people, it's like it doesn't, not an adjuvant, that would come, alchemy, like fusion, fissions when you rip it apart. So that's divide. He said, I am the divider. I am the horizo. I'm the separator. So he doesn't want us marrying truth to a lie. So 99 truths and lies, still a lie. 99 lies and the truth is still a lie. So he said, don't sup. Remember, don't mix, don't add or take away. That's alchemy, right? So careful. Spin doctors, two snakes up a pole, they'll have you taking it in warp speed. Like an apple a day keeps the doctor away, huh? Apple. Okay, there, Eve. Apparently so. They got you thinking alien like an Apple iPhone or maybe you're like a Android, like an avatar. You're all plugged into the system. Get it? Like the Oculus. Never mind. One eye. Yeah, well, that's what it says. The eye is the lamp of the body. So careful. It's supposed to be single. Truth. Remember, that's the word aletheia. Lie is the word daemonion, or idolater, distributor fortunes or lies to others. That's a daemonion. That's the word demon. They replaced it now with the word devil. Never said devil. Get that out of your dialect, your vocabulary. There's no such thing as devils. Devil is a childish, modern word. Never. Father's the word. So Father didn't create devils. That's a man-made version of your chupacabra or your whatever, your little Flintstone, Bigfoot, or whatever your Chewbacca had a threesome with Anakin Spacewalker and had Wookiee with an Ewok. Now we got big feet too, right? So you could take your big feet out of here, Anakin. Whatever you and Boba Fett, whatever your Spacewalker, Sky Daddy, Jesus, whatever. Heaven's not above your head. People don't die and go to the sky. You worship. Stop it. Stop it with your Sky Daddy, your gods, and that's exactly why he worshiped Israel. Remember, called her out as a whore because he cheated. He doesn't want us to go after gods in the sky. Father created the stars, sun, and moon. What kind of record are you spinning that you're sitting there spinning that he created the stars, sun, and he created? He didn't come from the stars. He created the stars, the sun, and the moon. Boy, that's rocket science there, isn't it? Too much demonion worship, too much space farce, space balls, too much movie television. You went to school and they told you we went to the moon, right? Got them went to the lunar lander on the space sun god Apollyon. That's Mithra at the time of Rome. Wherever I may roam. Where are you going there, wander? That's the word planet, like a wander. Your Father didn't create any planets. So if you're on planet, please leave. Now, get away from me. Planet Earth is the ruled. Ruled. Remember? They take a ruler to you like the Penguin. Remember in the Blues Brothers? And all right, never mind. I sometimes got to throw a little movie or television in there, and then they get it. So they get programmed. It's predictive programming. Remember, like the Reader's Digest? Well, how about the TV Guide? Yeah, you grew up watching television programs, television. You remember, remember is the word prognosko in Greek. So, except their own children. Yeah, they're their own children, remember? I come to separate a son from his father. Remember, Luke, Luke, remember Anakin Spacewalker? So, I am your father. They do the dark side. So that's abyss. That's the word hell in Revelation 9:11. Remember TARDIS or Hades? These people think hell's below their feet. You can't help them. Vessels of wrath fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. Workers of darkness, workers of iniquity. You'll know them by their fruit. Children of darkness and those who work in light. Light's the word horizo. Well, horizo, the separator of the light and the dark, the morning. Remember, you mourn because somebody died. When you wake, we'll use your dead language. But the first light, at the horizo, at the horizon, they called that the light. So they called it the horizo. They didn't call it the light. It's the separator. He said, I am the separator. So not another one like me, and no glory to anybody but Shiloh, no glory to anybody but the Creator. So he created this mess, cosmos, organized chaos, and orderly arrangements. How about that? So it's all in your head. I remember my dad told me that. So whatever Hokadesh spirit, this flesh temporary meat suit's only just an eternal doorway to time, which is a doorway, which is an illusion. Well, where one door closes, another one opens. So time is a doorway. How about that? You think time is some number pointed by some hand on the clock in a circle? Get away from me. Or some digits, some zeros or ones on a screen. You sound like some digit, 0101. You sound like you've been programmed to me. You got stung by the spelling bee and told lies to your vision. So there's no gods in the sky. God is a title. Love is the word agape. So when you love the word, then that's Father is the word. This is all spoken into existence. Father created all things. He created the stars, sun, and the moon. Notice not one single planet. They fly over a planet, right? So we won't talk about shapes because you do your Sesame Street or your Peter Pan, Walt Disney, under the sea with your Zeus and your Thor and your Trident gods, your 3-in-1 gender. Your God has a breast. Get away from me. Father doesn't have flesh. Get away from me. Father is the word. Get away from me. He said, don't sup with vipers. See, I'm not supposed to cast my pearls. Remember your treasure. I come quickly. In Revelation 3:11, let no one take your crown. Remember? You have to have a crown to set at the feet of Shiloh, because remember, they put a crown of thorns upon his head. So deep, those went into his skull. Remember? Thorns, crown of thorns. He was the king. Remember? The scepter shall not depart from Judah till Shiloh returns, the high priest, like Aaron or Levite. the Levitical high priest of the Old Testament, but we're not bound by old laws of flesh. He didn't abolish the law. He fulfilled the law. Remember, he said when they hung him on a tree, remember, you had to take your bride and take her to a public place and nail her to a tree. I mean, nail that contract, that bill of marriage, not your wife. My bad. Just kidding. You didn't nail your wife to a tree. You had to have 2 witnesses and you had to nail that bill of marriage. Remember that paper, but he nailed his flesh and he paid the bride price. So we're not bound by fee. He doesn't like fee. Remember, you've turned my father's house into a den of thieves. Remember, turned over the money changer tables and whipped the people for selling, feeing remember, turning the money from the old into the new for selling doves, 2 turtle doves at the altar, little circumcised, right? Physical flesh of the male genitalia and water dipped, a halakha ritual called baptism is by fire. Baptism is by trial. Baptism is by thalipsis. That's the word tribulation. Baptism is a long process like repentance, like salvation. You must endure to the end to be saved. Nobody's being saved. That's nonsense. Nobody's out there being saved. Anybody's thinking they've been saved. That's blasphemy. That's blasphemy to the aletheia, the definition. It's always the same with you. Okay, well, guess what? There's the back the hell out of here button. I don't sup with vipers. It's the same thing. I don't come off of this aletheia. It's always the same thing. That's right. You can't turn goats into sheep. Many are called, but few are chosen. Most people go to hell. Broad is the way that leads to the wide gate. Remember, he's got the key to the wide gate. It's always the same thing. Nothing changed but the weather. Imagine that, like a Nina cycle. La Nina, how about El Nino? Yo. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Father didn't create most people to love these truths. Love is the word agape. Agape love, it could be defined in 2 John and 6. The highest form of love for Father is to walk in his commandments, and then he commands us to go out and share, be charitable. But you wouldn't know anything about that now, would you there? What's this, Lapo? That's a long lot of nothing. So you can lop like a bunny, I guess. Easter, get it? Spring, you can bounce right out of here or there, bunny. April Fools. That's all right. Many are called, but few. The word is oligas are chosen. Father didn't create many to enter through the straight gate. He said many enter through the wide gate. So don't worry about it. Nobody's going to try to change you. Why change what's perfect? Remember, Father created the Apostle Paul, who was not a perfect man. Remember the thief on the cross. Remember Shiloh, you'll be with my Father in heaven, and that's not in the sky. It just rubs you the wrong way, doesn't it? So that's okay. No worries. Not turning goats into sheep in here. This is not some religious channel. So take your religious nonsense and like America that makes no sense and go somewhere else. So I rebuke religion. I rebuke countries. I rebuke borders. I rebuke flags. I rebuke them with the word. Father does it. He's the one through Shiloh who makes me. Remember, he took down all borders, all flesh under this covenant. Your borders are weak. Your borders show how you've been divided. Divide and conquer is a war tactic used by military governments for thousands of years to divide like a donkey and elephant. They did that in Rome, red and blue, but you've fallen for the same trick, like a dangling like a red lure or like a little wiggle worm or something on a string got you like a carrot dangling some blue carrot, and they got you like silly rabbit tricks over kids. Donkey or the elephant, how about that? You like playing with the little circus game, whatever. Early bird catches the worm. Take that and put that in your apple pipe. Remember, worms, apples, puff on that. So a magic dragon. So that's okay. I always say you. Yep. What change? You can't change what's already perfect. He said, don't add or take away. That's the word pervert. Pervert. The definition to pervert. Froward is the Hebrew word to froward. Means to twist, to spin, give it your own spin there. Translation. Translation is not transliteration. Literation meaning no literal change to alatia, the definition, or yod to the letter. He said a period or a tittle, or I'll blot your name out of that book of life. So can't make up your own version. And you're supposed to be charitable with the word. So that's the beautiful thing about the agape. Love is patient, love is kind, does not boast, and it is charitable. So don't boast because you know, but woe if you don't go out and spread the light. So you're not a disciple if you don't. You're not a saint that he calls out in the book of Luke. So it's not some kind of rocket science here. There, Nimrod. Get it? Rocket science. Get you feeling a little stiff there. So let's play a little Gumby and Pokey. Maybe you're a little more flexible. So these people like to play their little silly reindeer games. Why not? So spinning on a ball, planette, playing a spinning on a planette, you know, ET, phone home, playing ET. Remember, phone home, you know, trip. I'll give you a trip to the moon, Alice, with their riding bicycles and never mind. Gods in the sky. So they're extra terrestrial, whatever. They're three gender God with extra breast or balls or whatever. Remember, their God has breasts. So Father doesn't have breasts. Father doesn't have flesh. There's the Word. The Word became. You know anything about that? You have a celestial eye, celestial base, or are you just some religious? How about this? Idiot. Is that the second question you asked about flatulence? Get this flatulence out of here. You're a bunch of hot air, like filling up helium, like NASA, the largest purchaser of helium, not hot air, but get it? Well, volcanoes, that's what comes out of volcanism. You know anything about volcanism? You know anything about the Yuga cycles? You know anything about solar magnetism, polarity? How about that? Polarity like a push or a pull. Oh my gosh. In or out, like the hamburger joint stand. Get it? You just standing there like Nimrod. Like a tree. Get it? Stood up. Did you get stood up like a Dear John letter? All right. Remember John the Baptist, or the one they sent to the island of Patmos at the gold mines, where he was given that revelation by the Angelos messenger, the Hamashiach, the Messiah, the one that, remember, they crowned him, remember, put a crown of thorns upon his head and put King of the Jews. Jews is the high priest. Remember, he had his pride, Aaron and Levite. Happy sin day. It is every day. It's all right. We fall short of the word, but he rebukes us with the word. He rebukes us. We can't rebuke people. The word rebukes them. We put the word in, the word does it. And then that word travels like time travelers in space or whatever place or whatever it might be, 5 minutes from now, that it smacks them like a boomerang. And where's my Aussies at, you know? It is. It's like it's like the, you know, it's like the boomerang effect. It might be 5 weeks later that bam, and hits them. But remember, it's the word. You share the word, and the word is what rebuked them. And then they walk in repentance because it calls upon their heart. Remember, if I didn't call out to the hearts to seek after me, the heart is continuously filled with wickedness. Their hearts will be waxed cold. That not one of us would, since the beginning of the foundation of the world. So he makes us love him. Agape, not one of us would. Isn't that beautiful? When you come to these blessings, these abundance, this bounty, you don't want to be less. We don't use that word in here anymore. Well, to be less, are you less or are you more? More is bounty. Do you understand or do you overstand? So I'm just trying to help correct. Correct is the word mother. Your brothers and your sisters are your mother. Those are the ones that be called out in the book of life. Your mother is your family. This is your spiritual family. Remember, spiritual Jews, spiritual Israel, spiritual bride. So Twice, Ziggy, twice. And then you're wasting your time according to the word. I do it and don't listen to Father's word. And not a very good example is this pastor of this ministry. When I toy with people like that carrot, like that dangling that golden carrot on a string, and I've been trying not to do that. And you guys, that's why we give away that moderator to wrench those that are in the narrow way, because we won't have it in here. Get them out of here if they're a viper. We're not here to be loved by the world. Love is agape. We're not here to do what the world is doing. The world is spinning. Remember, perverting his word, and not, they're adding and taking away and making up their own translation, their own demon nation. Remember, he is the word. The temple is the body. That he doesn't dwell in houses where there are two or three gathered in my agape. There I'll be. The promise, he'll never leave you. You don't need to come here with me to be with him where there are two or three. That's Father, Son, Holy Spirit. He stands alone, erect, not like some phallic. Doesn't, what I mean, he doesn't need fastened with nails and hammers and nails and hammers to stand, like it says in Jeremiah. The aletheia stands by itself. It doesn't need propped up with some kickstand. It doesn't need, he said, don't add or take away from my truth, is the word aletheia. So try to remember that. You know, that's why they love to do their worship. But Father's word is, remember, heaven and earth shall perish, but my word will never die. So what people think is heavens, that's the ruling class. The earth is the ruled, or going to perish. There'll be a new heaven and a new earth. And you'll have a new body. And that new body is not with flesh. You better get that through your thick cranium, you know, not some Cro-Magnon man. He'd have been easier. No, he'd been harder to teach him. He had more skill set. He or she could go into the woods and gather, hunt, without needing a Hardee's or a Carl's Jr. or a Piggly Wiggly or a Winco or a Walmart. It could feed himself without, you know, being reliant. They were self. So modern day is soft. They don't even live. Remember, you don't understand the scriptural record, do you? The biblical Bible, the book, history is written in a book. My left, never mind. Remember E.T., extra testicle? Let's cut that one off. All right, we'll leave that one out of it. All right, never mind. Had to go there just because it fell in line. So whatever, chop them off. So the man's nuts, grab them. So hey, whatever. I've already been neutered. Whatever. Probably shouldn't have done that. I think it's one of my biggest. There's no curses like spelling curses in cursive and having spelling bees and getting stung. And word is the word dialectus or gloss or tongue. And that's the modern day problem with the societies. They don't define anything. They're enslaved by their alien dialect, their new mystery Babylonian. I don't care which continent they come from. Remember, it's all flesh. All 180 countries on all continents, all flesh. Not everybody. He doesn't love everybody. So get that out of your thick skull. You ain't no Cro-Magnon man. Again, they had a much better skill set. Hunter-gatherer. Most people couldn't fight themselves out of a paper bag right now. And I'm not talking about a revolution or having a physical arms fight with anybody. I'm talking about the ability to rely, you know, not on govern is to control, and mente is the mind. And these people were mind controlled, and they allowed, Father sent Shiloh to stand up to their halakha, their government of the day, and their Haggadah, if you haven't studied, but not many can give that lesson. It was called the Targum, or their Haggadah was a or halakha was a oral law that they made, like Moses was given the law on the mount, and it was given orally, and they scribed out, remember, through the 10 Commandments, Genesis and Exodus and Leviticus, Numbers, and there were 600 Deuteronomy. These were 613 statutes. This is called the Torah, and this is the Old Testament. They made their own law, and most people don't teach these truths. They don't go into these understanding, you know, or overstanding. They don't take the time. And I thank Father for the bounty and blessings or abundance of time to understand and overstand these, to come through this and know that this is a perversion, and that we need to sup with the word. And if we're ever going to be with a relationship with Father, Father is the word. Heavens is Father. You're going to go to be where his Father's house is at, right? Well, heavens is above your head. No, it's not. Heavens is the ruling class. So who's ruling you? Under this testament, it should not be some forked alien tongue. Through his right, New Testament through his souls, we're supposed to a living will. If you fillet, do deny yourself daily. That's idolatry. Do not do what the world. Idolatry is the service of your eyes. The word latria, service. Our idols, the things of the dirt, little things you see, little statues or big tall buildings, 58-story towers, whether they're in Babylon or Manhattan, it doesn't matter. These are not that he doesn't want us to love the dirt. That's where idolism is. Things that you see of the dirt. He wants us to love the word. The word is Hokadesh. This is all spoken into existence, is it not? In the beginning was the word. That is the word spirit, Hokadesh. The spirit became flesh, that is Shiloh. But most people don't have a relationship with Shiloh. They have a relationship with some temple or some building or brick or mortar block or rock or what, I don't care, plaster or whatever you plaster together. That is not, the body is the temple. That's why the Hamashiach was such a threat to the old temple. Remember, the synagogues is what they were because the temples were destroyed. Remember, he fulfilled that testament through his prophecy, not a stone left upon another. I am the Petra. What are you smoking? So, Golden Trump Tower. Yeah, there we go. Decorated with Nimrod, baby. It is what it is. You're not going to turn these goats, horn gods, greatest of all time, into sheep. These are the meek. Meek is not weak. Weak is different between meek. So you might want to look up what weak is. And so his pride, Old Testament heavens, remember, he doesn't have a pride. The word is the heavens. If you're going to go be with Father doesn't, in the beginning was the word. So that is heavens. So when you die, you go to be with Father, you go to be with the word. So you better love the word. Most people love the world. They love this meat suit and all the things that come from the dirt, whether it's shiny or it's little things, or the little trinkets or treasures, or the big tall towers. It doesn't matter. This is what it's mind over matter. Remember, he's the one who creates this dirt, and he doesn't want us to love the dirt. He wants us to love the creator. So me either. I can't stand it, seeker. I just can't. This world is not for me. I feel like an alien in a foreign world. Everybody's loving the dirt. Everybody's spinning on a ball, doing their, Lupercalia, doing their sodomy worship, their dog worship. So the only thing here that I find that's pleasing is this gospel, being with my brothers and sisters that are in the narrow way and sharing these truths, knowing that there are others out there. Many are called, but few. Only Gods are chosen. So it's a blessing. You know what I'm saying? I'm thankful that Father already chose, and we're not out here to try to change. I've done that. I waste more than a decade of my life going out trying to be some fisher of men. That's not what it means. You cast the nets down deep. Father is the one who separates. Father gets the first fruits. Father's the one. Remember, the wheat must grow with the chaff. Remember Daniel. Remember the prophecies. Remember all this was fulfilled through the scriptures. So we need to remember we have to let this evil be here. Father creates this evil. The evil is here to test. Remember, I create evil, calamity, and chaos. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful what Father's created here. He does create these evil things to test his bride, to see if we'll lash out, see if we'll seek vengeance, go Old Testament on them. And some of us have that old soul, and we need to fight that urge. And remember, turn our cheek, be meek, not weak. Turn our cheek sometimes 490 times. I'll do the math for you in a day. It seems like this world is just too hard to handle, but that's why he said, be meek. So you can protect yourself. There's a difference between being meek. So guard his commandments. Don't sup with vipers. He said, I come quickly. Let no one take your crown. Don't let anybody take your crown. So your crown, if you don't have a crown to set at the feet of the Messiah, you will not receive your inheritance. I'm not the one that gets to decide that. Remember, he separates These people think they're getting out of here without tribulation. It says, remember, pull up the weeds and burn them, bind them and burn them. Remember? So he's going to bring the fire. That is his promise of the rainbow. He's seen enough of this Lupercalia, sodomy worship, gods in the sky, dog star. Are you serious? Hey, whatever. There's a clock above your head, and it's not there to worship gods in the sky. There is no God in the sky. God is a title. Father is the Word. Father is Hokadesh. Father is Spirit. Father is Ghost. So you can Casper your friendly. You're not here to make friends with the world. Remember, if you are loved agape by the world, to be hated by my Father, you're here to hate the sin that you see. So if you can't stand this world, good for you. Good for you. You're not here to be loved what's going on this rock right now. Mostly evil. Father creates mostly evil. Many are called, many enter by the wide gate. He's got the key to the wide gate. Those are the ones that gnash teeth. Few are chosen. Few enter by the straight gate. Very few are chosen. Very few are called. I will call their Shem. I want to find your loins girded in my service. The word believe is an action word. Faith is a noun. Faith without works is dead. He said you must have your lamps trimmed and have extra oil and have your loins girded in my service, doing what I did, conforming to my image, as he said through Paul's writings in the book of Romans. The ones I chose, the ones I divided them in their darkness, in their flesh, and I pull them to my light. I am the light, the life. I am the separator. I'm the one that remember, if I didn't call out to the hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. So you're not doing it. Don't go out there and waste your time. I wasted more than a decade in my life trying to go out there and bring people to the fold. You're not here to change anybody. Father decides who already from the foundation of the world, when the wheat and the chaff are separated, he gets the first fruits. Do not condemn them. Judge them with righteous judgment. That's what it says. Do not, remember, the only thing it takes for evil to flourish is for good men to stand around and do nothing. And men and women under this covenant were equally yoked. I constantly share that lesson here. Mary declared that, the Hamashiach had risen. She had found that veil neatly folded, remaining, the parable, or showing again that he would return, his redemption, as an accordion folded mask was a veil, as they veiled his face after they hung him from a tree. Because it's about, I would think that the ladies would have much more agape love for the word. And I'm not trying to pick sides here, but, these guys are too focused on breasts, and all the ladies got a pair of, a rack or whatever. They're more worried about the rack on their truck and the rack on their wife than truly that's phileo, than the love for the word. And, they have a voice. Under the Old Testament, women couldn't even speak in the church. And women, remember, Mary had declared that the Hamashiach had risen. But I don't know too many ladies under this new covenant, under this testament, that know that the Hamashiach has literally given this covenant. Even the Old Testament, he wanted the woman was given massive responsibility to be subservient when it came to the teaching, to the agape, the Torah, the Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, because when man would go for extended periods of time off to work or war, she would be teaching the children the agape. And that agape is not the phileo. This phileo is these worldly Baphomet worship and Baal and gods in the sky and things from the dirt gods, Zeus and Thor and Janus and all their calendar gods. These gods that they worship that are gods of the sky, but gods in the dirt that came from the stars. Abyss, remember? Under the sea, Tammuz. They would pray to the son of Satan in the winter months at the equinox. It's all this worship the calendar. Jeremiah 10 tells us, do not do these things. Learn not their ways. Be not dismayed at the ways of the signs of the firmament, for the heathens are dismayed at them. So don't be a heathen. Don't be a Satanist. Don't be a pagan. If you go after these gods in the sky, these calendar days and these calendar worships, you are an abomination to this gospel. And the whole world does it. So if you don't do this, you're going to be set apart. and you're going to be the outcast, not like some rapper or some band, but literally set apart, and the world's going to hate you. You know what I'm saying? So that's what the word is here to do. It's here to, Father creates this evil, Ziggy, to test us. Seriously. Give me 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Check with these ladies. You guys put yourselves up yet? Crazy girls. They're gonna start putting themselves together to bed there later and later. Give me a minute here. Un momento, por favor. What time is it? Is it time for your puppy to get fed? Sorry, my farm clock is kicking in here. What time is it? 4:55. All right, it is. It's time for me to feed my puppy and my kitty out here. So if you give me another minute or three, I got to take care of my animals. It's part of being a farmer. I got to take care of the animals that take care of you. My kitties in here are just loving the I'm not sure what you're talking about there, Jeremy Unknown. If you stand by, I'm not the know-all be-all. I ain't no some Dr. Phil, but when it comes to the word, I can help show you to the word, or I can get you to somebody who have the answer. If I don't have it, I know who probably does, and the word answers itself. So we just take it to the word. So give me uno momento here. Let me get my mules fed, my little kitten girl. You want to go outside there, kitten girl? That'll feed you. Oh, she's such a pretty girl. She's a pretty little pea. Well, you still got a bunch of food out there, don't you, girl? Good girl, because you like warm it up. She does. She likes warming up. She comes in here and lays by the fire for a couple hours, and then she might lay in bed. She came into a heat. I need to get her fixed. And I think I need to get her another kitty out here. I do. I need to find her another kitty. Probably have to get a female. Well, my boy, the one that I love, he's the best kid that I ever did have today. Never did was that I have. For my boy. Yes, the lamb and rice for the boy, because you guys get the best. Let's check and see how the kitty's doing. Make sure she's got enough to get her through the night here. Oh yeah, she's good to go. check our fire while we're up here. See how we're doing on our fire. And let's see if we can shove us some more piece of wood in there. Piece of wood or three. Get one right there. Let that one rip. We're gonna have to make us some dinner here for the end of the night. Now, what are we gonna have? Appreciate you guys helping there. I'm not sure what Jeremy was talking about here. So, sounds like he's having some issues there. People have flaws. People make mistakes. Remember, none of us are perfect. We need to remember we're not supposed to sup with vipers. So, if Father is causing calamity or chaos or something in our life, many times he's testing us. He's seeing, maybe he's trying to remove something out of our lives that he doesn't want in our lives. And that through a test of his will and through a test of our faith, he will, they say the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. He does that. He pours out an equal measure. And again, he doesn't want us to. Ahab married Jezebel, and she was a viper. She taught the children this Baphomet worship. And so our struggles, hopefully, again, with our mate is because what are you doing? What are you doing? Crazy boy. So hopefully it's because it's because of the word. That should be our struggle. He's the tie that binds two together. He is the one, no matter if we separate again, the man would go off to war or work for long periods of time, and the woman was left with teaching the children. And, that's why a woman in the Old Testament was supposed to be subservient to the man when it came to the teaching. But a man was supposed to treat a woman's body like he treats the church or like he treats his own. So not this, whatever. People like to pervert and spin and make their own translation of what subservience means. And many women, because of pride, don't understand, because they don't read the word. They don't understand and read the book of Deuteronomy. They don't have a relationship with the word. They don't understand the Old Testament. They don't have faith written on their heart, and they're not in the word. And that's just the way it is. You know what I'm saying? But you need to not sup with somebody who is not equally yoked. It's very important. Father doesn't want us to keep company. Invite somebody in your house, and if you've married somebody like that, that's your own. And marriage to me is not some piece of paper. Marriage, you lie with a woman, that's your wife. I'm old school. Paper doesn't. He's the contract. It's a spiritual marriage. It's a spiritual bride. It's a spiritual Israel. So um, it's different under this testament. That's why we have the book of Corinthians, remember? And that's Paul's writings, like on the Old Testament, the law of the old, Deuteronomy. How do you think he created that? That was the law. Part of the old laws of marriage were all written in the book of Deuteronomy. And again, Paul's refreshing us again under this testament, under the book of Corinthians. So if you're not reading these books with your other half, your better half, if you will, they're supposed to add to you, not complete you, then you're just fooling yourself. And I don't care what your marriage is not bound off. He is the tie that binds you on some fake ass marriage. And that's why most marriages fail now, because they're not bound by Father. They're not bound to the contract of this testament of this new spiritual bride, spiritual Israel. And if you're going to have a yoke, and you're going to have somebody with a woman becomes, she leaves her father, and he becomes basically hyper. That's Old Testament, but under this new covenant, being equally yoked, we're supposed to keep after each other. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like he controls anything under this contract of marriage. You're man and woman under this covenant. So your bride is man and woman under this covenant, under this testament, that she is given a voice where she could not speak up before. In the Old Testament, she needed to be subservient and be quiet. That's Old Testament. We're not under that testament. He birthed a vessel through the Vesica Pisces, and he birthed a flesh, and through that flesh he birthed all flesh, black, white, brown, red, and yellow, like 12 eggs in a dozen, all flesh, Jew and Gentile, man and woman. So not some independent, all my women, or not. That's not what that means. It means that a woman of God, a woman of the word, is going to hold her man accountable. She will not sup with a viper or a Jezebel. A man could be a Jezebel if he has a Jezebel spirit. Like your dad is not your father, your mother is not your mom. You need to go back and study the word. So, well, like I said, it doesn't, more than anything, Sabrina, it doesn't, those are nice things, but you need somebody who goes through the hard times with you. Somebody's willing to stick it out when your family and your friends don't get mad at you because you won't go to Mother's Day or Father's Day or Christmas or New Year's or Valentine's. You don't celebrate these things. Your family hates you. And that's okay, because the woman becomes, the body is the man, and the woman are equally yoked under this covenant. And so a woman used to leave her father, with this pagan whatever, lead her down the aisle and give her away, all this nonsense, whatever it is, part of the old Deuteronomy, and we're not bound by these old laws. Now it's a spiritual bride and a spiritual Israel. And remember, he said, if you covet another man's wife, that is adultery. So that is just even using whatever your riches or whatever you have, or even thinking about it, using the thought. It's not a physical act anymore. So careful. We tend to fall for flesh, and we need to remember what the word tells us. So many of us build a house built on sinking sand. We don't build our house on the rock. We don't build our marriage. We don't build our foundation on the gospel. We don't sit down and we don't read Deuteronomy with our mate. A woman is a helpmate. That's what she's there to do, is help the man. You're a team, not like some servant, like, get me a beer, bitch. Apologize for my cursing, like a dog. Like, you get to treat her like you treat a woman's body like you treat the church, like you treat your own body under this testament. So remember this, ladies. You hold your man accountable. Same thing. It's hard when you don't go to all these celebrations telling lies and your family ends up hating you. And, you can't let your man get away with it. Hey, wait a minute. We didn't go to my mom's Mother's Day party, but why are we going to your mom's party? You hold him accountable. What do you mean we don't celebrate? Oh, the family's going to hate us when we don't go to all these pagan rituals. We're the outcasts, and every one of our brothers and sisters, aunts and uncles, nieces and nephews all do it. And we're the only one in the supposed family that doesn't do it. You're going to be set apart. You're going to be hated. And that's what the world is here to do, is to test you. And so whether you like it or not, that doesn't matter. You'll suffer. You will. Do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. So I remember last New Year's, we had somebody call in. We did a live stream, and they said, hey, man, I appreciate you live streaming because, everybody's in there doing their pagan party, their happy New Year's in the middle of the winter. And I had to come here. I had to bring the person here to the, I don't even want to be here. I still appreciate you calling, typing in here on the ministry. So they were set apart, in prison, separated, from their family because they weren't loved. They weren't in there doing the bang bang ritual, getting hammered and doing the bang ritual, kissing and loving and rubbing and tugging and whatever we'll procreate. But these things, they celebrations, it was nice to have somebody during the live stream come in. I can't remember exactly who that was that came in, but it gave the ministry purpose. Again, we were in doing a live stream during this time, and it was nice to have the person say, appreciate you doing the New Year's, because this, and actually that wasn't this New Year's, that was last pagan New Year's that happened too, by the way. So boy, how time gets away from us. Yep. When you're separated, we don't do what the world is doing. They set you apart. Remember, I knew you before you were in the womb. Like he knew Esau and hated him before he'd done anything on this rock. Remember, before he'd ever even killed his brother Esau, killed his brother Nimrod or Moloch, whatever deity name you want to give him, done anything. Father knows. So he does not, the ones that his disciples, his servants, his saints are set apart. That's just part of being sharing this message, going out, sharing this gospel with others. People don't love these truths. They love the other gospel, and they love the other Jesus. Remember the one day Sunday, sit down on a chair and do your little worship. It's an everyday, you know what I'm saying? It's an everyday gospel. So remember, if we have a spouse, that we're not here to, if she or he is not willing to do this with us, then you're not yoked with somebody who's equally yoked. And that's just the way it is. You'll have to get over that. I can't change that for you. Only Father will rebuke your heart, and he will pull you from that, come out of her. So I'm not here to break up, a happy marriage, but are you happily married to somebody when you're struggling with the word? The word is all I care about. No matter who I yoke with knows that the word comes before everything. Everything. Christ over $, Christ over money, Christ over everything. The Hamashiach is my rock. He's the one that keeps me anchored. The faith is what keeps me here. Otherwise, I'd already cut the strings. Whatever it is, it's a marriage. I'm not married to this world. I'm married to the word, and faith is something that keeps us anchored in faith. We are saved, and we have to endure to the end. So nothing will cut that tie that binds between me and the marriage of Shiloh, the one that I love, the word. The word became flesh. He said Abraham, right? Remember, before Abraham was, I am. All right. This place is crazy. These things sometimes come off the shelves here. It happens. We just had a water bottle. Where did that water bottle come from? Hey, what's up, water bottle? So that's why idolatry is cheating on the word. Cheating on the word. Seriously. It is. That's what it is. His bride Israel cheated on his Torah, went after gods in the sky. They're doing the same thing. Space invaders. That's what they are. Space invaders. Wait till Space Invaders happens. That was an old school arcade game when they do their Sky Daddy Jesus worship. God's in the sky. So careful. You live in a crazy world where you must have somebody to put up with this nonsense that's going on. You got to stay in the Word. Otherwise, there's so many distractions out there. God's in the sky. How easy is it to convince your wife that, hey, honey, God's not in the sky. Heaven's not above your head. Heaven is the ruling class and earth is the rule. She's not going to love you when you tell her that. She's going to think you're crazy. You're a nutcase. That's okay. Remember, many are called, but few are chosen. So you're not to partake in this spinning ball camp that they do. You know, whatever camp that they're in, band camp, ball camp, whatever. Don't sup with vipers. Don't cast your pearls before swine. I can't make it any more clearer to you. It's not some go around and keep company with people who are not in the narrow way. If people are in the broad way, show them to the narrow way. That's what you're here to do. You know what I'm saying? That's right. I won't be there to hold your hand as soon as you can teach them that, Sabrina. I don't know what their age is. Age is accountability. Is a good age to start teaching them. I'm not going to be there at judgments at the final trump, the great and dreadful day of the Lord. You need to have a mediator. If you don't have that mediator, you put yourself under the Old Testament, one of the old laws of Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. The laws of flesh, the wages of sin was death. One, sin, death, whether venial or mortal, was death. Nothing changed. Add one jot, one death, one tittle, one thought, death, one, yep, that's right. Nothing's changed. But make sure they know. You need a mediator to cover you. You ever been in trouble with the law? Have to go see a judge, have an attorney, have a mediator. You need somebody who's got some ins with the judge, right? So that didn't work out so well for me, did it? It's okay. Father's in control. He is. I laugh at it sometimes. It's a struggle, but so is the days of our lives. Some General Hospital up in here sometimes, but that's okay. If he wanted it to be easy, then I know I wouldn't be feeling like, I don't like when my life gets easy. I always know something huge is coming. So when I'm struggling, then I know that, I'm on the narrow path. So narrow is the way, straight is the gate. So it's difficult is the path. So hados, it's hados. The word is hados. So stay in the word. Remember, faith is what keeps me here. Faith. Salvation. Endure to the end to be saved. He said, endure to the end. You have to endure. You're going to have to go through hell to get to heaven. Hell's no knowledge. You have no idea what I'm about to put you through. Fiery trials, he said, long suffering. That's the gospel, baby. It is. Whether you like it or not, that's the truth that people don't like about the gospel. The gospel comes with suffering. Peace is antichrist. Peace is the word shalom. Space is antichrist. God's in the sky is antichrist. Gods with breasts, God, multi-gender gods. That's all that's antichrist. Adding it, there you go. Sewing them on, taking them away, tucking and strapping. Look what they're doing to our kids, and you're allowing this. Remember, he said you better have a millstone tied around your neck and to hurt one hair and to be cast into the sea than to hurt one hair. And he knows the number of hairs. I don't care if you shave your head or not. You got some kind of can see her because you've been radiating yourself. What a great cure for, never mind. I don't want to talk about your pink ribbons, but anyways, so all glory to Shiloh, all glory to the Redeemer, the one that covers us for the sins of the world. He's the one who comes and covers his bride, and his bride are the ones that stand up. They're his servants and they're his saints, and they stand up to perverted law, perverted agape. Agape is not phileo. Phileo is the world. I don't want to hear about this phileo. Whether you like Apple or iPhone, or you like A cup or B cup, or you like it 6 inches or 10 inches. I don't care. Whatever your preference of your phileo, that's phileo love. That is not love. That is phileo. That is the word phileo. Agape is to walk and follow in the commandments of Father. We're going to procreate. So don't be cheating on the word. You got to love the word more than the world. So it's not for me to decide who loves the word and who loves the world. Remember, they're spinning. WHIRLED, corkscrew, and then spinning on a ball. So you can't help these people. Severed like a head, like a clown show. It's been cut off. Whatever. Oh, look at this here. We've got some sodomite in the room. Sodomy, remember? It's an abomination for a man to lie with another man, and you got people saying stuff like vibes in here, giving off the frequency like a vibrator. I don't know what he's buzzing on, what copper top or Energizer bunny he's been sticking in his spring-loaded whatever. These people you'll know them by their fruit. So remember, it's an abomination for a man to put on woman's clothing. Remember the promise of the rainbow. These are the words of Father. You just not like it. You can't handle these truths. So remember, you cheated. So maybe that's why you got that, thing on your lips or whatever. They'll know them by their fruit and not judge them by their cover. Careful what you speak in this time, place, or space. They got you coming in, breaker 1-9 from behind. Careful, there's sodomy Jesus, their orgy Jesus. Careful. Father sends them in here. He does. Father creates this evil. So don't try to change evil. Just show them to the narrow way. Somebody said earlier, let's get back to the point that we're making. 2 times. That's the commandments of this gospel. Agape thy neighbor, like thy enemy, like thyself. Make sure you're staying in the narrow way. Don't fall off the boat. Keep anchored in faith. So, if somebody is not willing to, you can't change anybody. Even my dad told me it's wrong, son. It's wrong to try to ever change anybody. And he was so correct about that. He said the only person you could change is yourself. And he's right. People have to have a willingness to want to change. It's wrong. If somebody's having an issue and you're with somebody, you should have learned before. You should have known who they were before you lied with them, lay, before you decided to, procreate or even, have in your home, break bread, fix it supper. Don't sup with vipers. You can feed them when they're on the streets, but don't bring them in their home. The body is the temple. Don't bring them into your body. Don't share venom. You'll know them by their juices, their fruit. Remember, like a press. When you put them and you press them, how will they react? This is just like your relationship with the Word. Who are you when you're not online? Who are you when you're not around your family? Who are you? Do you have a relationship with the Word? Father is the Word. Does he know your voice? Does he know who you are? Do you thank him when things are horrible? Do you give him glory and thanks when things are terrible? When he's putting this evil test in your life, do you edify him and lift up his agape, his shem, his authority? Not just in the good times, but in the bad times. That's agape love. True love for a father is thanking him for the suffering, for the test, so that you could be tested. Fathers didn't send evil here to test evil that's already going to gnash teeth. Father put this evil on this rock to test his bride. The elect will not be fooled, is what it says, brothers and sisters. They will not be fooled because he chose from the foundation of the world. That's why you don't have to worry about, be not anxious. Just do what the Father commands you to do. He commands you to love him. All things, good and bad. He said, I create all these things. I do all these things after my own counsel. I create all things, everything ever written. So if Father wrote it, Father pushed the man's hand. If it's not written, Father pushes the woman's hand. Remember, pushes the button. Whatever 01 or digit or yod or whatever letter you're pushing on a screen or a button or whatever cloth or paper you're pushing, pencil, paper pushing, whatever. Father creates everything not written. That's why you can stand in faith and be anchored in that faith. And no matter what Father's doing, as long as you're not doing your own will, then it's a test. This is a test to your faith. This isn't some, hello, this is a test, the test of the emergency broadcast system. It's 9:00. Do you know where your kids are? You've been programmed. Get out of the television. Stay in the Word. Stop listening to men on YouTube, men on TikTok, men standing in a pulpit. Have a relationship with the Word. The Word is Hokadesh, Spirit. The Word became flesh. That is Shiloh, the one who went out and spread this gospel, the one who was such a threat to the synagogues and the physical temple. Because under this covenant, the body is a temple. The kingdom of heaven is within. The kingdom of God, which you call heaven. Heaven is not in the sky. You could be having a relationship with heaven right now. You could be living in suffering through suffering. That's what edifies us. That's where we know that through this suffering that we are being a witness, and we suffer for his Shem. Shem is authority, because he is the authority. He's the one who commands us. He's the one steering the ship. He said you must endure to the end if you want to be saved. So if you want to see that ship pull into the harbor, you're going to have to go through some turbulent times, long suffering. He said, like fire, like trials through, like gold and silver, you must be refined and put through a press. Remember, hard and fiery trials. Thalipsis is the word tribulation. There's no getting out of here without suffering. That is not the gospel. The gospel is suffering. Peace is antichrist. He said, do not think that I came to bring peace. He's not some peace Jesus that is anti. You can't get any more antichrist than that. So if you got somebody pitching peace or prosperity, you couldn't get any more antichrist. Run away from that. Do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. That is darkness. I'm not saying that you can't have abundance and you can't have bounty, but is your bounty through Christ? Is your abundance through the Hamashiach? Is you have extra oil because it's in his agape? You know, what kind of oil are you putting away? You know, oil is a parable. You think he just means oil for your lamp. Oil is the light. Remember, the light is the lamp of the body. The eye is the lamp, right? If the eye is filled with darkness, then the whole lamp, the whole vessel is filled with darkness. If the eye is filled with light, then the whole vessel, the whole lamp, like dark and light, they don't mix. They don't mix. Oil and water, they don't mix. Truth to a lie, they don't mix. Father doesn't want us marrying truth to a lie. So don't add or take away from the gospel. Very important that you don't sup with people who are not sharing this narrow way with you. So it's not anything that I do. This is the gospel. The gospel is what he went and shared. You know what I'm saying? That's right. That's what they do. I know. They want to do it to all of us. They put us all under this pharmakia. That's what it says. The scripture said they'll be fooled by pharmakia. So don't be fooled. That's why we should be homeopathic, naturalist. Go back to the ways of old. Repurpose, renew, reuse. Become a minimalist. Get away from the system. Evolve. Not grow another thumb or some kickstand to stand there like stuck on dumb. Put actions. Action word is the word believe. Believe is a verb. Go back to school. Believe is a verb. You got to put legs on faith. Faith without works is dead. That's right. Faith is a noun. Belief is a verb. Maranatha, he said, until I return. So the great and dreadful day of the Lord is going to come for every one of us, brothers and sisters. None of us are going to escape that day. So remember, rocks fall on us and hide us from the face of the Lord, because none of us are going to escape the book of judgments, brothers and sisters. All of us, no matter your believer or non-believer, that's an action word. Remember, it's a verb. Whether you're demon nation, you're whatever your faith or unfaith or spirit or unspiritual, whatever I don't care what your thoughts are on the Creator, you will pass through. No matter how old this rock is, there is one judgment, one final trump. That is the Lamb's book of life. And he only loves his bride, and he's only going to call out her. He's the bridegroom. She is the bride, and we are the bride of Christ. Christ is the one that was anointed in oil, and he says, have extra oil. So I hope you understand what the word is telling you. You can't run from this, brothers and sisters. These truths they cannot be undone. Remember, untwist, froward, right? Froward is to change, to twist, to warp, to pervert. You can't change the gospel. That's what the thing is he said, don't add or take away, or you're changing the gospel. That's what most people do. They've created their own version. That's exactly why he divorced his bride Israel, because they went after deities, little g gods, gods in the sky that had rituals and celebrations when he fulfilled all these celebrations. You know, the set apart days were not these Yule festivals, and Feast of End gatherings was not some feast of the Yule. They did not have Mass A under the Old Testament was not to have sacrifice of flesh and eat it. There was the sacrifice of human flesh was part of the Old Testament. It was eye for an eye. You must have forgotten the old ways. But remember, do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. These are the old laws. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. You can break into that man's house, you know, and sneak in his house at night in darkness and if he killed your brother and sneak and kill his brother. But he said, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. I come like a thief in the night. Like a thief. Just like in the days of Noah, when nobody was even aware that it was happening. People were given unto marriage and building and partying. Remember? And just like today, same thing. He said, I come quickly. Let no one take your crown, like a thief. Like a thief. If you knew the thief was coming, you'd have your lamp trimmed and you'd be burning bright, like he said, to be burning bright. And you would not be sleeping. Spiritual is a spiritual sleep, brothers and sisters. It's not a physical. You need to get rest at night and get your, you know, your rest. But the rest that we find is in suffering. Whether you understand what it is that he said, and we go through the long haul. You know what a fire guard is? Be burning bright. You know, they call when the fire or the sun would rise at the horizon, they would call that the horizo. The horizo. They wouldn't call it the light. You know, like at the end of a, you know, like a Roman candle. Never mind. We got them doing fireworks in here. It is what it is. You can't turn goats into sheep, brothers and sisters. It's just not possible. So do not judge them by their cover. You'll know them by their fruit. Whatever. Remember Roman candles, they got them shooting, you know, fireballs, kind of like dropping the Big Apple, you know, in New York. Get it? We got firing in both directions. So it is what it is. It's a parable, brothers and sisters. I can't turn goats into sheep. Father didn't make me love these truths for no reason. He did this for his own will and his own counsel. So there's a price that I pay for these truths. They don't come with a, I'm not trying to come for some pity party, but my life is constantly burdened. And I'm sure that that's a spiritual price I'll pay until my last dying day. Death is already written. So that day is already chosen from the foundation of the world. Predestination means I already chose. I already know. Prognosko. I divided them from their flesh. I enslaved them in their prison suit, their meat suit, and I pull them to my light. Father is without a meat suit. Father is without flesh. Father is the word horizo. Father is the word Hokadesh. Father is heavens. Father is the word. So if you're going to go to be with Father, you're going to go to be with the heavens. Father is the word. So you better start loving the word, because that is the word heavens, as that's the ruling class. So don't be ruled by some foreign alien dialect like the world is. Most of the world's spinning, remember, on a planet. That's the deceiver or the wanderer, cause you to distract or wander or divide. Those that cause my sheep to scatter, my flock, they better have a millstone tied around your neck, cause one of them to stumble, to be cast into the sea. So you know what the millstone is? The great millstone, like where they grind the grain using the mule or the ass or the donkey, you know, the great millstone. He's talking about like the angelos, the messenger in Revelation. He said, we'll pick up a great millstone and cast it into the sea, you know, great millstone. You ever read scripturally about the millstone, you know, about the millstone? That's why I have that scripture really tattooed on my body to remind myself of all that I caused by my shortcomings, by my own falling away from the word, by trying to add, like shave them or add to get them to land on the number, to be 7 is the maturity. I just didn't read the word enough. It's okay. You can't turn goats into sheep. I just read the word and it told us again, once again, to be fishers of men. So I thought it was my job to bring people to Father. That's not the way what the scripture says. That's Antichrist. That's Satanist. That is an abomination. You're not bringing anybody. There's no such thing as accepting Christ. There's no such thing as being saved. There's no such thing as luck. There's no such thing as free will. There's no such thing as the word Lord is a word that was added later in scripture. I put that on the title here, but you can't serve two masters. The great and dreadful day of the Lord. Lord is master. So who masters? Father is the word. Who rules your tongue? Who rules your dialect? So once again, somebody asked earlier about having, being yoked with somebody who's not equally yoked. Don't yoke with people who are not in these truths. Show them to the narrow way. If they don't love these truths, then move along. You're not here to turn goats into sheep. You're not here to condemn. You're here to judge with a righteous judgment. Father will condemn. Father separates at the final trump, the wheat from the chaff. He's the one who calls out their Shem, their agape, their loins girded in my service, their name. Name is not Tom, Dick, or Harry, or Mary, or Sue, or Billy, Jean, or whatever. That's not what it means by the book of life. Get those 4-letter or 5 or 6 or 8 or 3 or 10-letter name is not when he calls out when it says, hallowed be thy name and the Lord, and there's no such word as Lord. See all these discrepancies in scripture? That's the problem with this modern day society. They've come a bunch of translators. They go after a transgender God. Their God is 3 genders and 1 God. Father is 3 separate Godheads, 3 separate. He's the Most High, the Word, Father, Son, Hokadesh, the Word became flesh, and Ruach, pure, without blemish, blameless. Ruach means holy. Spirit is Hokadesh, Ruach Hokadesh. That's the Hebrew word. That is 3 separate, not all 3 in 1. That is their Godhead, their 3-gender God with beast, man, and woman. You see why they worship a 3 in 1, why they want you to come on by so you give it a try. That's why they push this transgender in their rainbow, whatever society, generation, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Got stung by the spelling bee, because so you go with the flow, right? We went on a rocket to the moon, right? To the lunar surface, the light, the day from the night, the dark from the light. He separates the moon. He gave us the stars, sun and moon, right? People spinning on a ball at 1,040 miles an hour on a wandering planet, wandering through time and corkscrewing through time on the 3rd rock from the sun in the 3rd dimension through time and space. Space is Antichrist. You can't get any more Antichrist than space. So if you know anybody who goes after space, that's all this worship of Apollyon, Lupercalia, All Hallows Eve, Ishtar, the worship of the star goddess, the Semiramis, the one who had sex with her son, Baphomet worship, Baal worship, like Alexander Graham. I got these Muslims going ham in here. Remember, the Quran was written by Catholics. Grow up. Remember, I got Muslims going ham. Get it? Ham, Shem, and Japheth. Study the lineage. Remember, Jeremiah and Judah. He split the kingdoms. They gave their power and authority, the 10 tribes of Israel. Jacob, who he so loved, he called Israel, gave the inheritance. Esau, he hated. Before either were born, Esau stole his brother Nimrod. Nimrod is Baal worship, grove worship, like Alexander Graham. No, just kidding. I don't know where that came from. We just added that one today. Is that like talking on the phone? Whatever. Like tapping on some operator, 010101. Yeah, hold on. Let me plug you in real quick. You know anything about an operator? You know anything about 411? How about I got a collect call from, hey, I'm at the roller rink. I'll be home by dark. That was our pager, Sky Pager. Beepers. Oh, I had to go there and do some Sir Mix-a-Lot. You guys remember the song Beepers? Sky Pager looks like a phaser. Oh, never better stop that. So, oh my gosh, the day of pagers. I want to go back to pagers, man. What a more simple life that was, huh? Yeah, hit me up on the pager, on the Skynet pager. And then they had the beepers. Remember the song Beepers? All right, I better stop. So, whatever. I don't care, man. You got to throw in a little La Musica every once in a while. I got a jukebox going at all times. So, bring it back, man. Just what a more simple life that was, right? Hit me up on the pager, right? And I'll get a beeper and I'll call you back and I'll, hold on, man. I got a page here. You got this. Walking in the party looking like Joker. Big old 6-inch garage door opener. Yeah. Woo. Yeah, I did a little Sir Mix-a-Lot. We're going to have to do little buttermilk biscuits up in here. Sit the flour, roll the dough. Woo woo. Wave your hands to the funky beat. My posse's on Broadway. Remember, broad is the way that leads to the wide gate. Posse up. Being kid sensation at home away from home with the black Benz limo with the cellular phone calling up the posse is starting to get a ripping. Freaking need sunroof to keep you suckers tripping. All right, better stop doing that. The AMG kit keeps us closer to the ground. We're getting good grip from the 20 series tires. You got the little 30 series, huh? You guys remember Alpine? The Alpine's bumping. But I need the volume higher. Think about that. How many songs do I have in my head? How many songs do you have? How many do you have in your head? The 808 kick drum. Remember the 808 or the 818, like Hawaii? The 808 kick drum makes the girlies get dumb. Boom. My posse's on Broadway. Better stop. What a time that was. Boy, the 80s were... What a strange time that was to be robbing bass and a lot of joy and a lot of pain. We even had the Milli Vanilli there. Remember, lip syncing like Kid Rock now. Oh, they call him the Milli Vanilli of Kid Rock. Kid Rock, the Milli Vanilli of the modern day world. I guess at that stupid bull show he was lip syncing, like joy and pain. So, keep it going now. Sunshine and rain. Oh, is it time to feed the puppers? Hey, I already fed you. He's already been fed. He thinks, what, I don't need to feed this puppy. I already fed him. The strain watching the adults. I'm really younger watching that. Yeah, I know. I grew up from a crazy generation. Going from the 70s into the 80s was, boy, everything just kind of opened full bore right there, and 90s, that was it. That was that list to the 2K, the whole world's going to come to an end. And we ain't seen nothing stop since then. I'm telling you, we live in such an insane in the membrane world. So, kind of like insane in the membrane, insane, got no brain. Yeah. Already fed you, puppy. Already fed you. You already had dinner. Already fed my puppy dinner. He's trying to get away with getting fed twice. So he just gives me those take me home eyes. So you already got fed. So you already been fed. Don't look at me like you haven't eaten. You got extra food tonight. Yes, you did. Because you're a good boy. I remember I gave you some burger. Some dad made some burger for you. Yes, you had a separate burger for the puppy. Dad had a puppy burger for the puppy. He was waiting for it. Yes, he did. He's got those take me home eyes. Like, take me home. Please take me home. He does. He's got the puppy eyes. I call him take me home eyes. He's so cute when he's in the car. Like I said, I went up and checked the mail today, and he just sits there in the seat and he just looks at me to the side and he stares at me. He's such a good, loyal puppy. I couldn't ask for a better puppy. I just love this guy. We miss our biggest, but we love him so much. We love the puppy. I've been thinking about maybe getting another kitty for Juniper since Kevin's cat ran off. Yeah, sure, boy. I think it's time maybe we'll get another female kitty, and I don't think he'll run off another female. And I don't think Juniper will run her off if I get a smaller cat. So I need to get her fixed as soon as I possibly can, just so she doesn't heat anymore. She comes into heat every once in a while. So the price you pay when you have a female cat, but she's wonderful and I love her, and I think she needs a companion out here. She doesn't really like his cat, not like, she's just very standoffish. All he wants to do is nail her, and I don't blame him. He's a cat, that's what cats do. So would you get down off of me, little boy? Would you please get down off of me? Would you get down? Would you get down, please? Thank you very much. So, but, like I said, I know that I don't want to add, any more animals, but, again, it's kind of a farm thing, having companionship, her being the only kitty out here. She's kind of standoffish to Kevin's cat, there's nothing wrong with his cat either. He's fine. But I think if there was another female out here, she would play with the other cat. And I can't do another dog. I just can't do another dog. I'm not ready for the responsibility of another animal. Okay, they're a big kid. But having another female cat out here might, I don't think I can have another male cat because I think his cat will continually run off any male cat that I have out here now. So I've been thinking about maybe taking a look at getting another female cat down the road for Juniper so that she can have some companionship. A lot of the time she sleeps outside. She doesn't want to come inside. Tapping in from Central Correctional Facility. Uh-oh, somebody's in here from it. Locked up. They won't let me out. They won't let me out. So got to keep it on the real here. Myself, I'm on felony probation, so I got to mind my P's and Q's in here. Careful what I'm pumping into the algorithm. So rhythm is a dancer here. Don't get myself get thrown in a cage. I already wasn't that long ago that they had me locked up in blocks and brick and mortar. But whatever, there's more people locked up in America than all the other countries combined. Remember that. So this ain't a free country. So why is everybody in debt? Remember that. This is the police state America. I know. I've been one of these cop suckers myself. So I got to be careful what I say. But I have some rights left, not many. So I assert my natural, organic. So it's what gets me in this mess. Yep. My dad always told me, he said, man, your mouth's going to get you in more trouble than your hands and feet combined. So he didn't lie. So he's got that right, but that's okay. Father is my judge. Through Shiloh, he will cover me through the sins. And he stood up to perverted law. So you're not standing up to perverts. That means froward. Then you don't know anything about me and spending any time with a bunch of stinky dudes locked in a cage. So that's all right. They threw the Hamashiach in jail. Does anybody want to throw you in a cage? Then you're not Christ-like. You're not. Go away from me. Depart from me. Come out of her, my people, he said. So do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. Do not judge them by their cover. You'll know them by their fruit. So let Father fight all your battles. Didn't say you can't protect yourself. You got to know the word. There's a difference between being meek and weak. So weak don't get you anywhere when you're in a cage. I can tell you that. So they're not going to let you out. They're not going to let that boot off your neck just because you ask, please, old master. That ain't the way. No, tyranny didn't ever went away because somebody pleaded for the boot of tyranny to come off their neck. So So you better learn there's rules, you know. We're not bound by, remember, not lawless, know the difference, you know. But repugnant under the Constitution means they're not supposed to follow laws that are unconstitutional. So you'll be held accountable. The judge is father, but remember your mediator. If you ever had any run-ins with the with the men in the black robes, and they're men in black, and their synagogues, and their magistrates, and you'd know that, you know, it says you be without counsel. So some public pretender or whatever. Even look at what happened to buy paid counsel. Did I get any counsel? Hell no. They violated my Sixth Amendment right, because that's what they do to the people that stand up. They'll throw you, remember, in front of their synagogues. Do not worry what you shall say. I will tell the answers. So he covers me. Take you to the box. Don't matter. Remember, I could have run from this, been anywhere in the world right now. Now I can't go nowhere. He nailed my feet to the floor. I can't go nowhere. Can't even leave the state that I'm in. It is what it is. I wouldn't change it for the world. Christ stood up. They threw him in jail. I stood up. They threw me in jail. What are you going to do? Oh, I'm a criminal, huh? Really? The sins of the world? What did I stand up for? What are my charges? What is my record for? Tell me that. Is it for being a thief? No. Remember? All that nonsense was expunged. Then nobody took anything from anybody. That man owed me thousands of dollars, remember? Yep. Remember? I'll pour out a just measure when I return, so we don't seek vengeance. So we learn from our mistakes. Not a thief. I was using my First Amendment right of speech, redress grievances. Congress shall establish no law prohibiting the exercise of free speech. I wasn't threatening violence. I was teaching you the Fourth Amendment. I was teaching you your Title 18 right. So, and I have the right to speak up. What I think in my head is not some kind of action. Belief is not a verb, right? Oh, it is. So it's an action word, right? Oh, you got to put legs on faith. So careful. Thought police, thought crime. What was that? The Minority Report? It's already here, brothers, sisters. Thought crime. I went to jail over using my mouth. I didn't hurt anybody. I didn't threaten anybody. I didn't use physical violence. I used my First Amendment, my right to redress grievances. I stood up to the law because they're perverted. They perverted the law. What they did to my son was perverted. Look at the daily suffer that I suffer now. I don't even think he's here anymore. I don't know where he's at. I don't know if I'm ever going to talk to him ever again. This was supposed to not go that way. This is all supposed to get taken care of. And now nothing's going to happen. All these people are going to get away until the final trump. And then Father will judge them. Nobody's actually getting away with nothing. You know that? That's the beautiful thing about the gospel. The kingdom of heaven is within. The body is a temple. You don't know you need to go to a house made by hands to be with Father. So Father is the Word. The Word became flesh. He said, before Abraham was, I am. So knowing that Father will pass judgments on these men that did these things to me, my animals, this farm, this ministry, my son, my daughter. There's nothing. I seek no vengeance on any of these men. Even if something is gotten away with in this lifetime, they will not get away with it at the time of judgment. So, but that's okay. Remember, I'm just a man that's used. My dad said your mouth is going to get you in more trouble than your hands and feet combined. He didn't lie. He didn't lie. He didn't. All right, hey guys, let me go put up my ladies. I got to go put up my ladies. I got birds out here that need put up. Give me a minute here. I got to take care of these. Hey, I'm a farmer. These ladies lay me golden butt nuggets. So unless you got some golden butt nuggets to lay on me, you want to lay me every day. I don't think that that you have what these ladies have to offer me. No, I love you. Give me a minute. I'll be back in a moment. All right, man. Thank you. Apologize there. I had to take care of them ladies. The ladies. What are you doing there, puppy dog? So, one of the benefits of being on the farm is them farm fresh eggs. Thank you, Father, for that. Have an abundance. I'm getting extra eggs. I gotta make sure I eat plenty of eggs, and I need to eat them no matter what. Have 3 or 4 eggs every day. Do it. Be like Nike, and do it. Just do it. Get it? Swoosh like Nike. What are you doing? Dad loves a puppy doggy. I want a puppy doggy. He's doing a good job. He's being a good boy. He's doing a good job out here at the farm. Being a good farm puppy. Doing what farm puppies do. So, yep, he's just right here with the dad. Right here with the dad. He's normally not too far. He's a good boy. We love him. So, but, all right. Well, remember, this life that you're in is about, it's about having your eye on the prize. What is the prize? What is your prize? What is your prize? Don't cash your pearls. I come quickly. Let no one take your crown. So I ain't playing. I'm being serious. I like the dog star. Are you celestially wise? So yeah, the Nakash. Remember the Nakash connection? The word Nakash, like the serpent. Nakash. Like that split tongue. There we go. Look up the word Nakash. It's a Greek word. So I know you use your lexicon. Good for you. Connection. I appreciate your connection to the ministry. Always coming in and sharing your time and being charitable with your time. And thank you, Father, for sending you here, because you reference a lot of the scripture and reference the lexicon often for others that are watching. He's watching. He's inside of you. He's inside of you. Father is not in the sky. Let me tune you in on something there, Tokyo, or maybe it's Hong Kong, maybe it's Taiwan. We're just going to take over like China, but yeah, Nakash. That not the but I'm talking about the Greek word Nakash, like we're in the serpent. So do 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 do. You know, they like the Halo. They cast spells on people, spellcasters, and tell lies to their vision. So, like the word Nike, or again the serpent, like the crooked serpent in the garden. Crooked. Remember, he will straighten. He is the separator. He will right anybody who wronged you, anybody who hurt you. He will heal you at the great and dreadful day of the Lord. It's a new covenant. He didn't abolish the law. Remember, we're not lawless, but we're not bound by the laws of flesh. So he said, wrestle. You know how to wrestle? It's kind of a technique thing, isn't it? Be put in a lot of pressure points. Submission, where you submit, like a strangulation, like a constrictor, like a boa. Put you in a choke hold, about a rear naked. Who told you were naked, like the serpent in the garden? Careful. Paul said, wrestle not against flesh and blood. There you go. The word Nakash. Thank you, connection. The word Nakash, like Nike. So, like in the garden, swoosh. So, like hang time, that thing stinks. It's got more hang time than like the 23. Like they hung, they would hang a man, remember, from a tree. Like a contract. He made a contract with his bride, called her out as a whore, his Old Testament bride Israel, and said there'd be a wedding, and he'd call out her Shem, her authority, in that Lamb's Book of Life, girded Maranatha in my service until I return. So there you go. Thank you again, Connection, for putting it in so people can make the connection between a forked tongue. You can't serve two masters. That's the word master is the word Lord, and the word Lord was never written in any scriptures, Old Testament or New, not in the original. So you can strike like a scorpizzo. Well, careful, or like a diamond back, like a copper cottonmouth. How about that? Maybe he's Connection, so he's got cottonmouth. When I think of a snake, I think of Connection, I think of cottonmouth. All right, anyways, moving on, putting the connection together, people would cast, they thought people who had seizures who had a demon. Something wrong with them. People had seizures. So these people were idiots. They prayed to gods in the sky, deities. They pay for fortunes for a ventriloquist to cast and throw their voice. Throw, like vomit. I'll vomit you from my mouth. That's what he said. If you add or take, because if you're lukewarm, these are the ones he deals with when he comes back. The false teachers, the word scorpizzo. I was a snake before you let me in, and then he let Joe Biden in. So careful. Like Nakash, like in the garden, the crooked, like a thief. He said he'd come like a thief in the night. Remember the Antichrist, wise as a serpent. He said, be wise. The wise men, they were the magi. They called them wise. There were many men. Many are called, but few are chosen. There were many magi. There were not three. So we need to have that tattoo reworked, don't we? So that's all right. I will someday. I have priority. We'll worry about the canvas of the flesh later. We got to get the physical ministry, whatever. I want to continue my march as a servant. He said, wrestle not against flesh. I don't care about the flesh. You've gone 10 years, nobody's come yet. So, not to be a part of this testament, a test of his will, a test of the times, a test of the revelation, a test of the apocalypse, a test of the will, a test of the lifting. That is a lifting. That is a, remember, the dead will raise, raise, a rising. Remember, rise. From the ashes, remember, burnt by fire. As my dad died in a fire, and the dust where you crushed to death. You never know. It's gonna be a compression event. So the dead will raise, like the stakes will rise, like play bets. I would bet there's no such thing as free will or luck. So that's all right. Just toying with you. So my bad. Like I said, it's Father makes me this way. Careful. The serpent in the garden, Leviathan, that crooked, remember, wise as a serpent, gentle as a dove. Remember, they had to have 2 turtle doves at sacrifice. Said, you've turned my father's house into a den of thieves. Remember, because remember the fines. You don't like fines. Remember, and a body's a temple. You hurt one hair on my children's head, the temple. Remember, no stone to be left upon another. What are you smoking? What kind of rock is Petra? These people are on, I don't know what they're on, some fent. That's what they're on. Bent over doing the taco a reverse taco bent over back the other way around. Whatever. It's a nation of whatever. You'll know them by their fruit. Bent over like the willow tree, I guess, but not in that direction. Bent over like tacos, remember? Like the pretendant, the POTUS. 4 plus 5 is 9. 4 plus 7 is 11. POTUS 911. So say one thing, do something else, like the serpent in the garden. Who told you you were naked? Careful. They're island boys and girls. Got to include the old Billary. Billary, remember? Careful, you'll by airplane or by holes in your head like an Oscar disease. You ever have a fish tank? You know what an Oscar, like a cichlid is? Sick. Makes me sick. These island boys and girls, they bring boys and girls to the island. All right, you know anything about fish tanks? Put you in a tank in a square box like the Cabra. They do their Mecca. They go around the, remember, Saturn? Never mind. Like the octagon, the Oculus, the single. She's the one I love. I get it. Octagon. Or no, eye. Single. The eye is the lamp of the body. One eye. That's what I meant. I'm just kidding. Toying with you once again. Catch you chasing a carrot like a puppet on a string. I don't mean to go there, but whatever, words matter. It's mind over matter, remember? I don't mind. You don't matter. Father already chose who his bride's going to be, so I'm not here to turn goats into sheep. It's not, I can't do that. I wasted a lot of time. Time is an illusion. Time is not it's not 2026. I can guarantee you that. So if you think it's 2026, you might want to be 7. All right, so you know what Oscars are. Cichlids, you know. They get that hole in the head disease, kind of like JFK. Oh man, did I go there? I did. I went there, maybe like Abraham Lincoln, like John Wilkes. Careful, up in the booth. Where's Disco Rick at? I think he in the booth getting ready to cut it up. You know it. Word. Love it. Boom, shakalaka. We got to run it out like that. Like run in, like DMC. Like stomping in the hood, like Air Force Ones. Like a thief in the night, like Nelly, remember? Call the cops, I see a robbery in progress. Lunatics about to steal the show. Lunatics with their lunar worship. I can't, remember? Goddess of heaven, goddess in the sky. Sex goddess. Fornicate with the beast. There you are. So my mind is somewhere else. It's in the word. You know that I love the word. You'll know because it's what comes out of my face, my pie hole, my lips. You know what I'm saying? Careful. He said, be sure no man deceive you. Discern all things. You have a spiritual calculator. It's got to add up a dose. We're already there, though. That's what it says, James. So don't worry about it. We're there. Sorrows. You're right on track, right on time, right where those scriptures said there'll be wars. He's been having wars since the beginning of time. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. No fiery darts will penetrate your armor. If you love me, if you agape me, if you don't go after other gods, little g gods, deities, gods in the sky, you go after my 613 statutes, commandments, your enemy will come against you one way when I will make them flee 7 ways. Remember, 7 is the number of maturity. So James was the mother. Oh, this was the brother, a brother from another mother. No, a brother from, remember, the mother, the Hamashiach had a brother. His name was James. So just let you know, lineage is important. Remember, like Cain and Abel, you know, Esau and Jacob. Well, Israel, remember, he hated Esau. Prognosco to have foreknowledge of. So Ford, James Trey Ford. Oh, Ford, like a rebuilt Dodge. All right. Heck yeah. Some people are into iPhones. Some people are into Apple. Some people take a bite. Hey, like the serpent. You know, it's a snake before you let me in. Then he let Joe Biden, 2 cheeks to the same hole, 2 wings of the same dragon. It don't matter if it's Democrat or red or bloodbakin. Remember? Red or blue. Remember? what did it say? What was it? Iced tea, colors, suckers die for your life with my shot. Remember, you can't get pew pew. Remember that? Careful, I gotta careful. I'm on. Father's got me under some pressure. Like, who sang that song? Got me under pressure. Oh, that was Easy Top. Thank you, Father, for the jukebox. So, you know about TV dinners? All right, I threw away my microwave. This is the JG and Wentworth. Don't worry about it. Nobody knows the day or the hour. There'll be wars and rumors of wars. There'll be famine of the word, famine of the word. Their hearts will be waxed cold of the word. Pestilence, pestilence. The word has become disease, disease to the word. Charitable means of the word. Famine and pestilence and earth. Earth is the ruled. Earth isn't below your feet. Heaven is not above your head. Earth quakes and yes, absolutely, the earth is quaking in diverse places. People standing up all around this world. Earthquakes in diverse places, not the end, but the beginning of sorrows, James. How'd you like that answer? That's it. That's what I have for you. I'll put the scripture on you, James. That's not the end, but the beginning. Sorrows is like a woman in travail, like labor pains. Like a thief, he said, I come quickly. Let no one take your crown. Remember? 2 kings, 2 crowns. So, like a thief in the night. Remember, do not sleep. If you knew the thief was coming, you would not be, he said, be burning bright and have extra oil, correct? See, it's the word, James. It's the word. Gotta love the word. Stay in the word. Being out of the world. Come out of her, my people. The body is a temple, so... The word is what I love. Shiloh is the word. He's my mediator. He's the one who has, ends with the judge at the final trump. Remember, the last shofar, to be 7 is the number of maturity. There are 7 horns, 7 shofars, ram's horns shall sound. The great and dreadful, the wedding, the last supper, not the last supper. Just kidding. Apologies, they ate lamb, but remember the wedding feast of the lambs? Well, they are. Famine of the word. Famine and pestilence means the word is disease, James. It's disease. The word has become disease. The word, Father is the word. So they have a relationship with the world, like spinning on a ball. Father is the word. The word became flesh. That is Shiloh. That's the one they hung. He made a contract with his bride. So, hallelujah, all glory to Shiloh. So, yep, that's right, though, because that's what Christianity is. That's the old perversion. Thank you for putting the connection together. Remember, Paul was slaughtering the Gothic tribes, the Vandals, the Gothic, the Visigoths, the Ostrogoths, the Vandals and the Visigoths. All these tribes are worshiping this Baphomet, this tree worship, grove, this tree. Bell, like ding, ring, dong, ding, da, ding, 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 dong. Whatever. Got to throw a little jukebox in there. It's the channel. It's what Father makes me do. So you love it or hate it. I'm not here to please you. I'm here to share the gospel. So try to remember, they like to pull a lot of these testaments old and these rituals of this Gothic eating of flesh and drinking of blood of this Old Testament of having sacrifice and having blood rituals. And remember, take your son Isaac, Abraham, and take Isaac to the altar and sacrifice. Take that sacrifice of blood. Remember, in the spring at Passover. Remember, he wouldn't kill. Remember, death. He would, not just your firstborn of your child, which could be in their 20s or 30s, but the first goat, the first sheep, it didn't matter. The firstborn, if you did not pay the 5 shekels, the fee that was supposed to, remember all these old traditions, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Remember, this is old law, testament of the flesh. He said these laws are not abolished, but fulfilled. Most people don't understand this testament. Don't worry, brother, sister. You're not here to turn goats into sheep. So please remember, the eye is the lamp of the body. Remember, we're supposed to be spiritually as the word. Father is the word. So when there's pestilence of the word and famine and the earth is quaking, it's because the word is, remember in the book of Romans, he said, prognosko, I know the ones that I chose from the foundation of the world. I knew them before they were, remember in Jeremiah, he said in the womb, in Romans, the ones I divided, the ones that conform and do what I did. These are my servants. In the book of Luke and Matthew, it says the ones that deny themselves daily, take up their cross. I don't quote every scripture and every number and every, because then I sound like some religious. I can know every passage and I can know every word and know every verse, but if I'm not a living testament, brothers and sisters, then I'm just some head knowledge. And remember, that is called hypocrisy. You know, are you a living testament of this gospel? Are you going out and sharing this? Are you in the narrow way? Are you being divided? Are you being imprisoned? Are you being separated? You know, you need to go out and share these truths. People don't love these truths. So that's okay. Love is agape. Remember, they love the phileo. They love the world. They love iPhones and Apples and earbuds and whatever you put in their ear. Remember, it falls on deaf ears. Whatever, they need some cancel. Remember, the noise pollution. That's not what it is. It's noise cancellation. Get it? Noise pollution. So whatever. I just made that up there on the fly, like shooting from the hip. Get it? All right. Apologize. I'm a military veteran. Quick to the draw there, Tug McGraw. All right. Never mind that. You played baseball. But anyways, we won't talk about Timmy or Carrie or any of these other. Never mind. Family. Let's not talk about country. So she gone country. We better not do that. So I got to, like I said, it's just the way my mind works. You have to get out of my brain. So you stay here for a minute, you'll know the way that it works. You know, they believe communion is the real Christ body. That is the word masse, connection, making the connection. We only need to define. We don't need to worry about making the connection. The definition is everything. If you leave definitions because you left the truth. The word masse is the word of eating a human flesh. Remember, they would eat the human flesh of a man. They would barbecue him after marinating him for a week with it. It was an orgy marination of a sun god burnt in the middle of the winter in a manger. It is. There's where the mange comes from. Mange. You know, like animals, they get mange. Bestiality ritual. But so remember their communion. They thought they could communicate with their dead ancestors and for fortunes. Fortune tellers. Remember fortunes? They thought they could communicate by having an offering of the dead flesh of the man and eating his body. This is the masse. The Christ means anointed. They would marinate him. So we're all nodes of consciousness. There's no such thing as conscious. So James, that's a word that's never been. Conscious is not a word. Apologize there, Jiminy Crickets, but conscious, there's no such thing as conscious. I don't know where the hell you got that word from, but there's no such thing as conscience. The word is Hokadesh, spirit or ghost, but there's no such thing as like ghost is not like Casper the Friendly. So we're very, he said, guard my commandments, and he commands me to love his word, and he's the word. Where does it say the word conscience? That's like too much Walt Disney, you know, like 666, XXX. They're little under the sea god. They're Zeus. They're Thor, you know, mermaid, fish on. Get it? All right. So whatever. I grew up fishing, so under the sea. So, whenever Christmas killed my dad, so there's Zeus god, no Thor or Mithra or whatever. At the time of Rome, his name was Mithras. So whatever their sun god, Apollyon, it calls out in the book of Revelation. So tell me where it says the word conscience. So there's no such thing as conscience. You don't have a conscience called the word Hokadesh. Spirit, it's the age of accountability. Let me give you a little teaching here. And he said, call no man prophet. That's the word teacher. Remember, your teacher is the word mother. Mother is your instruction, the one that corrects you. And the word is what corrects you. So what does the word tell us? So hey, just want to keep it real in here. So where does it say conscience? Where do we have a conscience? What is a conscience? Is a term made up by man, like devil or Lucifer or Lord or Christ or Jesus or devil, or none of these words were ever written in the original text. So conscience is not something. We don't have a conscience. The word is accountability. Age. Remember, he's always been inside of us. The heavens that people look for is not in the sky. That's not what the word heavens is, not in the sky. Heavens is the kingdom of God is within. The heavens is what people call the kingdom of God. So remember, kingdom, two kings, two crowns. If you don't have a crown to set it, that I come quickly in Revelation 3:11. let no one take your crown. And Revelation 9:11 says they have a king over them. So like kings that wear crowns. So careful. The abyss is knowledge. Remember, no knowledge is actually hell. Hell is no knowledge. That's what it is by definition. This is Knowledge. I mean, speak some dead language, on you wake and mourn. So you have to define to be in this channel. So, well, that's what I'm saying. But when Paul said after they'd stoned him, remember they threw him off a precipice, a cliff, backwards to try to break his back, his legs, his spine, and kill him. And then they still were able to stone with 20 kilogram. Remember, your accuser got to come with like a bowling ball, come and face, and throw that. If that didn't finish you off, then they come with 20 kilogram bowling ball size rocks, not these little skip to my loo, these little across a pond, whatever the drink. These were massive, like bowling balls. And they did that to Paul. Was not some young apostle. He was the 13th, and he was an old man. He wrote many of the gospels, the scriptures, while he was in confinement, in jail. So you might want to go back and study, Corinthians, if you want to be married like a bride, Thessalonians, Colossians, blotted out, now written on tables of stone, Romans, the ones that conform to my image, the Colossians, all Paul's writings are part of the gospel. And when after they, he looked like he was going 100 miles an hour plus on a camel, rode right in the side of a palace wall and broke every bone in his body, and he still had the strength to get up. So I don't care how old or what you've done. And remember, Paul was a mass murderer, and he was a Pharisee. He worked for the church. Could you be any worse than that? I don't know. You could be a tax collector like Matthew. But okay, either way, Paul, again, the apostle, the 13th. Remember, when Father rebuked his heart, he went out and shared that gospel. So you got to rob Peter, brothers and sisters, to pay Paul. We've all been a Peter, but let me go back to the apostle Paul. Because again, if Father can rebuke the apostle Paul's heart and he can go out and share the gospel, then any one of us, could be thrown and be literally go through. He can pave a way when there's no way in hell. He's a way maker. And that the apostle Paul is a testament of that. So if you ever need to dig strength and you find yourself later in your days, people used to live for hundreds of years, brothers and sisters. Noah, 126 years just to build the ark. Remember, 900, but in our modern day bodies, in our meat suits, we got that 120 year, restriction. He put a restrictor. He's the restrainer. But if you ever need that strength, remember the apostle Paul. Okay, remember that he was the worst. He went out and was part of this church. And I know that I've done things trying to, make up my own gospel, trying to twist and forward and pervert. And that's why I'm so stuck. You heard somebody come in here earlier. Oh, it's you again. You're saying the same things. You're damn skippy. That's what I'm doing. We're covering over. It's refined. We're supposed to be refined. And that's what Paul, when that old man got thrown off a cliff, backwards, stoned, he still had the strength to get up. And when he finally rode out of there, when he came in, I don't know if it was Corinthians where he came in or where he rode, but the first words he said, through much tribulation, we must go through. We must go through tribulation to receive that kingdom of God. And that's what you call heaven. Or people think they die and they go to heaven, but the heaven is the inheritance. The inheritance is Shiloh. Shiloh is the one that holds the high priest. He is the high priest. He is the scepter. The scepter shall not depart from Judah. He is the lion. He is Leo in the celestial firmament. The king. They put a crown of thorns. Why do you think they put a crown of? They called him King of the Jews, brothers and sisters. He's the king of the spiritual Israel. It's a spiritual bride. I'm going to go to where my Father's house is at and prepare a place. He's been doing that. Noah for 126 years. They scoffed at the old man. The Hamashiach has been preparing for over 2,600 years. Millennia. and he's not done preparing yet. So if that doesn't call out to your heart through the word, not through me, through the cosmos, the orderly arrangements of the gospel, then nothing will. Remember, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, seek the word, brothers and sisters. Father is the word. So he's the one who makes his bride love him. Nobody's going to come to Father only the way through the Father is through the Son. And he is the one through the gospel. His saints are the ones that take up their cross. It says that in the book of Luke. His disciples, those are servants. They understand what the mission is and how to execute the mission. They don't question their commander. They are the vessel. The body is the temple. And they let Father steer the ship. They stay anchored in faith. Hallelujah. Harposa, right? The calling up. Maranatha, until I return, of his elect. There's no getting out of here without going through tribulation. We must go through, and the kingdom that we received is heaven. And that is here right now. It's within. You know, the time of the little season comes after judgment. So we're not there yet. All these people saying we're in the little season, that's blasphemy. The Hamashiach is here, but in spirit. He will come back and he will take us to Father's houses, and he has not come and returned. And he has come to take the flesh. He has done that. And then he's going to come at the great and dreadful day of the Lord, where all flesh will rise in one final trump. Doesn't matter how old you think, that how many hominoid speed. I don't care what age you were from or where. This is one judgment, one passing through the book of judgments. One. Remember, there are 3 books: the book of life, the book of remembrance, and the book of judgments. Only Gas know about the book of remembrance, and only those who fear. He said, only fear the Lord. He said, fear not. Right? Where's your Father's pleasure to give you that kingdom of God? That's what he tells us in the book of Luke. That what Paul was telling us about. So I just want to, hey, James, I just trying to keep the dialectus, the glossa, the real. The consciousness is not a conscience. The word is called Hokadesh, spirit. And there's an age of accountability that turns on us in us, James. I use the ball theory. Like, I don't mean to go there, but it just seems to work with people. It's that there's a little red ball sitting there in somebody's yard. And when you're young, you could be a little girl or you could be a little boy or whatever, and you go take that ball, James. You don't know that taking that ball is a crime of thief. Thief. That's one of the people get thrown in the lake of fire. The thieves, the hypocrites, the unbelievers, the false teachers, the first people he deals. But you don't know which. Oh, look at how cute. No. Put that ball back, James. That's not your conscience. Okay. That term conscience, I just want to help correct you with the proper dialect. That word conscience is the word Hokadesh in spirit. There's going to come a point, though, James, in your life where you go up and take that ball, and then James, little Johnny's mom's going to tell James, hey, don't take that, James. Little Johnny's mom's dad's going to come out and whoop your tail, or, the age of accountability, okay? And that's proof, James, that there are 2 or 3 gathered in my agape, in my Hashem, in my authority. He is always with us now. Listen to what I'm telling you, James. Before, it was a perfect sacrifice at the altar of blood. Remember Old Testament, take your son Isaac to the altar. Remember, fee, 5 shekels to the king, Passover. All this has been fulfilled. He fulfilled all of this. He used to visit only one day of the year as light, or as the word Hokadesh, spirit, okay, or the divider, horizo. And now he is with us every single day, and he will never leave you, James. That's the beautiful thing about this testament with his bride. Please listen to what I'm telling you. Not too many pastors are going to be able to give you this. And I didn't ask to be called pastor. This is just this revelation of the Hamashiach, of what he's telling us. Come out over my people. You're not going to find him in a temple made by hands. The body is the temple. The body is the body of Christ, not crackers and grape juice, not Cadbury bunnies or fuzzy or little sugary puffy marshmallows. I don't want to hear a sugar-coated peep out of you. Okay, this celebration and all these things were fulfilled through the Hamashiach. And he has been inside us for 2,600 plus years now. He is on the hearts of the bride. It's written in the book of Colossians 2 and 14. Remember, the law was written on stone tablets. The scribes pounded this. Law was given to Moses orally, like they made a halakha oral and a Haggadah written law, but we'll leave that out. The Old Testament Torah was given, the 10 Commandments, and there was sacrifice where Father, again, only one day a year would visit only the house of the high priest of Aaron and the Levitical tribe of Levite. And they didn't love the Gentiles. The law didn't apply. The Torah didn't apply to them. They could eat wheat on the Sabbath and could do whatever they want. Father didn't let the land lie rest. They didn't care about the Gentiles. They didn't love the Gentiles. He only loved his bride, remember? And he divorced his bride. That day he hung. He sent his son to fulfill the contract of the Old Testament and make that. Remember, you had to have a testament of the old. You had to have that bride contract, the book of Deuteronomy, nail that paper contract, that bill of marriage, and release that bride. That's what he was saying. If you covet another man's wife, that is adultery, because these halakha and Haggadah, they made up their own laws. The Old Testament was given orally on the mount, and Moses was given, it was pounded out on the scribes, out on stone tablets. Now in the book of Colossians, through Paul's writings, 2 and 14, it tells us once written on stone tablets, Testament, Old Testament, honor thy father, which is not your dad, and honor thy mother, which is not your mom. These were the Old Testament laws. He said they were fulfilled, not abolished. The laws of flesh were blotted out in the book of Colossians 2 and 14. Are you following what I'm saying? Blotted out and written on fleshy tape, paid with beard blood. They ripped his beard out of his face. You know what they did to the Hamashiach? They stretched it back so he couldn't breathe. That's why they did your rebirth of this blind 11 ritual on you, or whatever this, you're too blind to see as a bat, with their ritual of the Vidko, their Divak. That's COVID backwards. You get the Vok out of here with your mask ritual, the paper mask, that's a veil. They put a veil over the nations. It's all flesh under this covenant. Remember, lockstep, everybody waiting for a one world government as they lockstep by one world governments. Remember the corona virus, like a corona crown, like a halo, like around Saturn. They do their march around Mecca like their halo, like the serpent, like in the garden. Yeah, whatever, man. Got you going like in circles, don't I, huh? Got your head spinning. Just get your blood pumping there, Nimrod. Whatever, brothers, sisters, this is the same thing that they're doing again and again, this ritual of they're going round and round on the Yule wheel, on their Christmas wreath, on their Mass A. Remember, I don't want to hear a sugar-coated peep out of you. Easter fools or April fools, you ignoramus. Ignorant means you don't know, so I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. You can leave now. Ignoramus means the same word as idiotos. Idiotos means you're an idiot. It means you've never even seen it or heard it once in your life. You have a deaf ear, or the scales. The word is apocalypse. The veil has not been lifted. The scales have not been lifted from your eyes. You don't see what I'm saying. You don't hear what I'm saying. We don't have the same taste, I guess, in music, the harper's harp, kind of like ionosphere, like sphere, like on a ball, like helio, like the sun. They worship the sun. They thought the sun was dying at the equinox. They pray to Saturn to try to slow the sun, Kronos. This Mass A ritual, eating the crackers and grape juice. Same thing, brothers and sisters. 2,600 years ago, he made a covenant with his bride. He called her out in the book of the Apocalypse. Apocalypse means to lift off that veil, to remove the scales from the eyes of the blind. Remember, once written on stone tablets, scrolls. Remember, the Old Testament laws now sprinkled with the blood of the Lamb when they stretched him back so he couldn't breathe. Remember the I can't breathe ritual? Remember George Floyd? Remember Eric Carpenter? He was selling cigarettes. I'm not talking about, I don't care which kind of meat cigarettes you're chewing on there, Nimrod. Seriously. Get it? Meat cigarettes? That was for Sabrina there. A little Canadian maple action there, like syrup, but whatever. That is what it is. A bunch of sodomites. There's for my son, Mr. Civic, a little anal syrup with his gamer tag, but whatever. We got vomit tsunamis. Remember, he said, I'll vomit you from my mouth if you're lukewarm. He doesn't want us to be lukewarm, remember? Lukewarm, mixing leaven. Leaven is sin with some sweet Jesus. That's sugar. Little leaven leavens the whole lump. See how that works? The whole lump goes bad. Remember the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the Feast of Tabernacles, the Feast of End Gatherings. Careful, don't sup with vipers. Careful who you gather with. Don't cast your pearls before swine. Where's your treasure? I come quickly, he said in Revelation, like a thief in the night. Remember, he said he would come like a thief. Let no one take your crown, like a thief who will steal your inheritance. You see how this adds up? What's your crown? Do you have a crown? Do you have a cross? In the book of Matthew, he says, deny yourself daily, take up your cross daily, and follow after me daily. So do you have a cross? Do you have a crown? If you don't have a cross, if you're not bearing your witness, if you're not bearing that crucifixion, then you're not going to have a crown to set at the feet of Shiloh. You're going to put yourself under the old law testament, the laws of flesh, the laws of judgment, where one sin was death. Didn't matter whether it was venial or mortal. Remember, the wages of sin, one was death. Don't think anything has changed. Nothing. He said, add a jot death, add a tittle death. So, Old Law Testament, this New Testament, remember, he called her out as a whore. If you have the eyes to see, and he called her out, it's because she cheated on his Old Testament Torah. Remember, they made their own laws. Don't make up your own laws. That's idolatry. Is it making any sense? Probably not. Going a little too fast for you, aren't I? It's okay. Remember, apocalypse means to lift off the cover. It means to give a hearing ear. It will fall on deaf ears. You could sit there to most people and talk till you're like some kind of blue in the face. So that is that's your chakra. That's part of, remember, chakra is a term that's used it loosely in here, but remember, it comes from, you'll know them by their fruit. They used to say people thought with their gut, brothers, sisters. They did. People would wake up every day and they would wake, remember, because they would mourn. Somebody would have somebody die and they'd wake and they'd mourn. We're just using your modern English, but they would think with their stomach, what am I going to eat today? How am I going to get that lady? Last time I hit her over the head with the rock and I brought her back to my cave, she didn't stay long time. I want her to stay long time. Maybe I better should hit her with some roses this time or something. I don't know. Rub her back instead of making her rub my feet. Whatever. So, but anyways, whatever your thoughts were, your main thoughts were is how do I eat, and how do I find a place to sleep before the end of the night so I don't freeze my what's off. Whatever. You ladies got a lot of balls. I swear, you ladies act more like men in this modern day world. Whatever, these men act like a bunch of pansies, a bunch of Jezebels. They do. We're equally yoked, so they should be holding you accountable. We should be holding them anyway. Whatever their face diaper ritual, stand on the X. I don't heard that. I watched too many cartoons back in the day to fall for that stand on the X nonsense. Remember the X, the Wile E. Anvil, Acme? Never mind. Get out of here. I try to tell people before all that remember the VOC, that's COVID backwards. Get the VOC out of here. I don't want to hear this scamdemic nonsense. I'm a veteran that defended the right to choose, stand on the X or don't stand on the X. Are you some kind of do you go down in history because you're not standing on the X, or XX? Remember, first it was 25 feet. First it was 25 feet, then it was 15 feet. Then they just put the dang, whatever, the what was it? Duct tape. Yeah, they were like sitting like a duck in a pond. X, just waiting to be shot. And I told them, first they got you wearing a mask. Oh, you sound like the mighty hunter Nimrod. Whatever, they do their masquerade at their satanic, occultic ritual parties, Masonic, they're Masons. They do that because they have their occult rituals. They dress up as fuzzy bunnies. Remember, I don't want to hear a sugar-coated peep out of you. Horses, too, remember? Dressing up like men with horses and body. That's Egypt, brothers, sisters. That's that same bestiality ritual. I don't care if your child wants cat boxes in the locker room. That's still that bestiality ritual. Your child is a cat. I don't want to hear it. You can take your perfection. Their father is the only, through Shiloh, he's the only one, Ruach meaning holy and perfect. I don't want to hear your bestiality rituals. It's the ball on the wall, just another brick in the wall. Whatever it is, it's that ritual of the wall ritual, like Rome, like China. Remember the great China, the wall? He never did build that wall, did he? Instead, he's got the great ISIS wall roaming around this. Remember the brown shirts, dirt coats, or whatever, brown coats, whatever it's World War II equals World War III. It's the same ritual. They're doing it again. Swastika. Remember, they thought the goddess of heaven was spinning the Big Dipper around the North Star. Here we go again. Here we go around in circles. It's the Yule wheel worship. It's the same thing. Same thing at Rome. The same thing before Saturnalia. Throw the Yule log on the fire. The ewe is the baby lamb. Remember, a baby lamb is a ewe. Throw the log like the Yule wheel. That's this worship of the swastika. It's the same thing. Remember, Mr. Charlie Chaplin, Chinese, or not Chinese, where they go with the Chinese? Maybe it's the Fu Manchu, but the mustache, the seventh king of Revelation, the one that's locked in the pit. That remember that the Hamashiach locked up in the abyss. So know who the seventh king is, the one that will be revealed as the eighth king. So stay in the word. There's no guessing who the Antichrist is. It's a spiritual Israel. It's a spiritual Antichrist. There's no physical. None under this testament was all the physical was fulfilled. Not abolished. We're not bound by Old Testament laws of flesh. That's the beautiful thing about this predestination. That's what Paul knew. That's what the division. He divided us. He enslaved us in this meat suit and this sin. And he pulls us to his purity, to his Hokadesh, to his Harizo, to his light, to his. We are purified like refiner's fire, like a long process. He said, agape love is long suffering. That when you love fathers, because he's putting you through a heat, and it's continual heat. And the only way you're going to become refined and burn off all those impurities is to be put through a long press. So it's a refiner's fire. He tells us we must be like gold and silver. So most people don't understand the value. And I'm not telling you to put your treasure in shiny dirt, but God's money, they sold the Hamashiach, remember the deceived. They just, like Peter denied, into slavery for 30 pieces, the dinar, the silver dinar. So careful where you put your treasure. He said, I come quickly like a thief in the night. Someone will take, and I'm not talking about physical, but you're supposed to put up generational. Remember your children's children. So if you did the right things, you would. It's how about sheep? They make extra sheep, baby lamb, how about goats? Goats too. Remember, I like goats. I eat goats. I eat sheep. I like red meat. So, red meat, but not human flesh. That's the word masse. So we don't eat human flesh around here. Remember? So they do their island, boys. They go to McDonald's Island or whatever island hop, your IHOP or whatever pancake, grand slam or breakfast slam, whatever pork your pig, or it's part of your breakfast ritual. They love their pork, whatever biscuits and pork gravy, whatever syrup or oil, fat. Remember fat? The fat was the best part of the meat. But remember, you can eat pork under this covenant. I'm not telling you they can't. I just, whatever. Low energy. Remember, he cast the unclean truths. The man said he was legion, which meant many, many unclean truths, many lies, many demons. Demon is the word demonion, not liar. No, liar, excuse me, not like devil, some kind of a ghost. Ghost is the word Hokadesh. So go back and redefine the words, and you'll find out that you've been using these words incorrectly. You've been perverted. Stop perverting his words. So he doesn't want us to even add. Don't add. If you add, you will receive of all the written plagues that are in these scriptures, the word Bible means book in these books. So if you want to suffer, go ahead. Those are the ones he did, the false teachers, those who add. Not only do they add, they go out and share false those are the word scorpizo. Those are the very at the final trump, the great and dreadful day of the Lord. Nope, never been to the desert. Born in the desert, live in the desert, but nope. Name is Shem, so there's no such thing as name. That's a childish scriptural word. Never says name. Hallowed be thy Shem is what it says. And their Shem will be called out in the Lamb's book of life. So you speak like a child. They're Davos. Are you like Davos, Switzerland? Get it? Davos? Never mind. So. No, the riders of Revelation, wrong riders. You're on the rider of the white horse. How about that? The white horse, like a damsel in distress without a horse, with no name. Name is Shem. It says Shem, not name. So there's no J's in here. No hooked on phonics work for me, huh? So how about by the letter? We'll do it by the number. So how many horses? How many white horses are there? Let's see if you can start with that. He said, Lord, that would be a little hint, since you might be first. We're getting some interruptions. Flip the mic for a minute. All right, give me a second. We're going to step away from this here for. All right, give me a second. We're going to step away from this here for this thing reboot itself. All right, sometimes I just got to give this algorithm a break. It don't like it is what it is. I've been doing this for a while, so we live in a world of metadata. Remember that we live in a world where it's collecting. It's been collecting every time. The first that's been your number, your IP, your internet provider. It's like having a social security number or fingerprint. So very similar to that. My son is the one who explained this to me about how all this works. They're just understanding prognosco, foreknowledge. They have this pre-programmed into their bodies. I don't know how, but they can like make that microwave. I don't have a microwave, but whatever VCR. I don't have VCR, but I've been blinking 12 for 10 years and just walk up to it and radio, same thing. They don't need the manual. They come programmed. So it's the generation I miss. So God loves everybody. We probably wouldn't have no issues, but doesn't come without resistance. Resistance, flack. Get it? Flack. So yeah, so this is like I said, but we don't realize it didn't realize how you can never get away from you can never get away from your first nanotechnology. Patent 0606060606 allows Pizza Gates, Mr. Bill Gates, to track you like an antenna through their towers, through their gee whiz, whether it's 4 or 6 or 5 or whatever, it don't matter. Like you don't understand how that works anyway. So that's what I'm saying. There's too many. We're already giving our mark, our willingly tracking, taking our digital. Oh my God! Oh crap, honey! I left my tracking device at home. What the hell are you talking about, honey? Tracking device? Oh, I left my iPhone. You took a bite of the apple. You were an android. You were like some avatar or something, some programmed Google bot. Oh no. We don't. You'll give your mark. You'll go to the store and you'll buy poison. You'll buy your own poisoning, box, bag, or canned flavored corn syrup. You'll be sugar-fied with your holidays, and you'll celebrate. You'll sell libration. You'll tell lies. You'll celebration. You'll tell your lies to your eyes, and they'll tell lies to your eyes in the skies. Cock rockets, cock rituals. Mr. Stinky Muskrat. They've been doing it since Ronald. Remember Reagan? All that. Remember Nixon, Tricky Dick? Screwing around corners. I apologize for my outburst there, but whatever floats your boat. All ships rise in a rising tide. Careful, who's the captain of this ship? Pornea, the Greek word. Self-driven, auto-autonomous, telling lies to yourself. Self. You're pulling your own chain, hub, whatever. Remember, pornea is the Greek word. It means to serve yourself. How about that? To serve your eyeballs. So careful what you put in your eye, in your ear balls. Balls in the sky. Here we go around in circles. So they love to do the rituals. Gods in the sky. Circles. They got people going around like snakes, get the eyes going in circles like was it Elmer Fudd and Bugs Bunny. They're animated, kind of like Roger Rabbit. Who Framed, huh? Like a picture. Get it? Loser. That's okay. So remember, I'm not here to impress anybody. I'm not here to make friends with the world. The world is the word pervert. World or twist or warp or change or add or take away or translate. She said, don't do that. So look around. Everybody you know is a translator. They're translating. If they tell you it's 2026, they're a translator. They don't even know what year it is, let alone what time. They probably think God as a title is in the sky. So there's nothing coming from the sky. That's the worship of space, and that is antichrist. North and south. Space, the lining, the sun with the spring equinox and the equal day, equal night. Each star with the star worship of the lunar goddess, spring goddess, the one who had sex with her son. So it's the same sodomy, you know, children, all this philia, children, pedo, the kind that get taken out in a jail cell. So just so you know where it comes from, don't act like this is new news. I've been telling you this all along. Tammuz had sex with his mom. Tammuz was the son of Apollyon. Doesn't matter. You can change the names. Have not been protected to been changed to protect the innocent. They're not innocent. None of us are innocent. All of us have fallen short of the word, but at least I'm keeping it straight with you in here. Remember, Tammuz was Satan's son, and when Satan died, Satan's son had sex with his mom, like rabbits. Silly rabbit tricks for kids. I know she pulled some tricks, like remember Pornea? No, that's to serve self. She served her son, and they had sex like rabbits. Gee, I wonder where all that comes from. Remember, that's the deadly head wound that was healed in Scripture. So you're not supposed to be doing any of these things. Remember, who told you were naked in the garden? The innocence that's taken. Remember, conscience. Somebody said conscience earlier. We don't have a conscience, called the age of accountability. So he said you better have a millstone tied around your neck and cause one of mine to stumble, to hurt one hair on my children's head. So child doesn't mean, when it's talking about a child of God, the sons of God are his children. So don't always think about that as a child and I'm not trying to mix when I was talking about earlier about how Tammuz was the son of Satan, and when Satan, Mithra or Apollyon died, whatever you want to, it's Christ Mass. Same God, same deity, the Son God, Jesus Christ is what they call him, the one birthed on December 25th in a manger in the middle of the winter. You know who that is? That's the one that the world celebrates. They spin on a ball, and at the equinox, they celebrate their Hallows Eve, and they come into their week ritual. Well, they do their Hanukkah or whatever. They still do their same whatever. You'll know them by their fruit. Those that say they're, remember, it's spiritual Jews, not physical Jews. Those who say they're Jews, but the ones that came from the north, the Sumerians, all the Nordic tribes, the one that went after the Baal is the sun god and tree gods, Moloch, Kronos. So that's what I'm saying. People, it's so many, it overlays itself again and again and again, but people just don't want to accept these truths. So, well, there's theory that the Greek gods were Satan's minions. That's right. Satan's the adversary. The Anunnaki, the Nephilim were bullying people, right? But the Nephilim are not Anunnaki. That's what people need to stop twisting this story. They did the same thing back then. This is why he split the kingdom. They were going after gods in the sky, teaching this Baal in the grove worship, Christ Mass, Mass A, the sacrament of the Mass, the Feast of the Yule, the Saturnalia. I can give it many different names. It doesn't matter. It's the same celebration. It was a week-long ritual where they lotteried a man after marinating him with beast, man, and woman. It was man on beast, beast on man, beast on woman, woman on woman. It was an orgy. And it was called the sacrament sacrifice. They had a sacrifice of flesh. That's Mass A. This is what the Catholics call their Mass A. They still do it today, whether you want to accept it or not. It doesn't matter if this modern day world is awake or not. They're all sleeping at the wheel. The enemy came and sowed seeds while you were sleeping. Remember, he said that. So he said, don't go to sleep. So he said he would come like a thief in the night. So if you're burning bright and you have extra oil, then you will be trimming your lamps. And it's a marathon. We don't know in this life. We could pass, but you're supposed to die burning bright. You know, you could have passed 1,000 years ago, but that grateful, dreadful day of the Lord, when I return, that is your day. When he says, when I return, that is your day. We all face that day together. That's the common denominator. Remember, no, you're not going to escape. The whole world's going to see what you were hiding. The world sees the intentions. The Father is not in the sky. He's never been in the sky. Father's not in the sky. Father is the Word. How could Father be from the sky? Father created the stars. Father created the sun. And Father created the moon. How would he come from the moon? How would he come from the sun? How would he come from the stars? Father created the stars. You'd have to be a complete lunatic not to understand that. Hey, you know, you don't have to have a bachelor's or a master. He said you can't serve two masters. That's the word Lord. He said you must be innocent as a child to understand that. You done spent your worldly on your dialect. Come on. God's in the sky. Get out of my face. Get out of my space. Space is antichrist. You know, space bar, space balls, you know, Anakin, Spacewalker, Nanu, all their work from orc, you know, birth to the reptile like shapeshifter. Stop it. You're living in a fairy tale. A fairy is a Celtic demon. An era demon is a genie. A demon is a distributor of fortunes or lies to others. So stop it with your demonic behavior, whatever your denomination. Get it? Silly rabbit. I'm not playing Elmer Fudd. I'm just messing with you. I'm not stuttering. I'm the number one stutter. What? All right. Had to go there. So that's all right. Silly rabbit tricks up her kids. Remember? She had sex with her son, the one birthed, remember? The spring goddess. They would dye the egg. Remember, like the ovulation cycle of a woman, the cycle, like ovulation, like egg cycle, and never mind. Fertility, the goddess fertility, birth goddess. It's not even that hard to figure it out, but the people just still do it today and are accepting. Remember, like they think they can accept Christ, so they can't. So this message isn't for many. It's for the few that Father brings back to this channel, you know, and that's okay. Many are called. They have many denominations. They call themselves this and call themselves that. But remember that the ones that are chosen, they don't want a label. They don't ask. If anything, they are the black sheep. And not that they do works in darkness, but, you know, they're set apart, you know. They stand out in a crowd. You know, one of these things is not like the other. They're not a go with the flow kind of, although it's a herd mentality like goats and sheep. That's what it is. Just like I said, it's, some of us are shepherds, if you will. And that's what the disciples do as they go out and share. And they share the agape, and they go out and he said, call no man teacher, that is the word prophet, but they go out and share these truths with others. And you don't have to worry about changing anybody because they'll love these truths. They won't be able to get enough. You could just give them the tiniest kibble and they'll be hungry. Seriously, that's the nice thing about the truths. You should remind yourself. I should come in and tell you that all the time. Should beat that like a war drum, like a chant or a mantra. Beat it into your head until you say it in your sleep, literally, you know. Seriously, Father, he already, you know, most people are already, you know, chosen as evil, and they're not destined. Their destiny is not, they're bound by the Old Testament laws, and they put themselves under that because their self-will. They send themselves to hell. So thank you, Father, for that. So remember, you're not turning, you know, anybody. Nobody's, everything, Father, has already created all things from the foundation of the world. Whoever is going to be called out in the book of life, right? Book. That's a funny word, isn't it? Book, but like a wedding, you know, like a ledger, you sign your. All right. Anyways, it's already chosen, and you're not going to get in the way of that. The only way that's going to happen, you personally can, absolutely, but nobody else is going to send you to hell. It's going to be by your doing, your will. Because if you do Father's will, he's going to test you. That is the beautiful thing about the test. You know what I'm saying? The test of this testament is a test of your faith.
And he wants you to see if you're going to go and seek vengeance and lash out and go outside of your own body, the temple, your own borders, your own, and I've been guilty trying to get just and fair, and that life ain't fair. It's not how it works. Most of the things in life now that have happened to me in the last 3 to 5 years, I will not get any of this until after death. And I'm fine with that. That's fine. Father will pour out. Remember the fine, the fee, the measure he'll pour out. He pours out the measure that you pour out on others will be returned. Just measure will be poured out on you. So the law that you go by will be the law that you judge that shall be judged. So thank you for being a witness. You'd have to know my situation, and it's not about me. It's about him testing my faith. So I won't break. Um, I can't. I've gone this far. Old habits die hard. So I'm a diehard. I have done this for decades now. So I'm stacking them up. Cosmos is an orderly arrangement. So I just gonna keep kicking, you know, doing what it is that Father makes me do. One foot in front of the other, marching like a soldier. So that's what a soldier does. He's an executioner, not a physical, but a literally executioner of the mission. Mission essential. Get up, soldier. Soldiers don't, they rise and they shine like a pair of boots, not a bootlicker, because that's what their commander tells them to do, to be standing tall, 10-toe. Remember? Not like a slave on your knees, but not freedom, but free. Live like a free man, live like a free woman, or you're already enslaved. So um, I'm only enslaved by the word, and that's okay. He's my master. He says you can't serve two. So whatever he tells me to do, I do. And that's okay. This world is far beyond about me now. I'm not here for me. I don't like anything. Somebody was saying that in the stream earlier. I don't like anything about this world right now. The only thing I like about the world is the word itself. Everything else has been froward, means perverted. And it's okay. I know that's the time I live in. I'm not here to sit here and blow bubbles and rainbows and butterflies up your bunghole. I am here to not tickle you from, give you a reach around. I'm here to show you to the narrow way. This is going to be a difficult time. And this is your chance to shine, not pride to rise above others. That's pride, but to literally to be shining in a dark place like a lamp or like a light in a harbor where people lose their way. Their instrumentation, like nautical, like air, aviation, nautical, through sea, earth, instrumentation through finding your way. And imagine you live in a place where the lights have pretty much gone out. He is the light. That's why he's telling you to be like me, conform to my image, do what I did, so others will follow and do what it is that I did. And if you're doing what I did, then they will be like two spoons that are in a drawer that are conforming, so that when he comes back, he said, follow, follow, do what I did, follow. That means you have to be doing what he did. And he stood up. That's why I told you got to stand up, not like a slave. And they sold him into slavery, obviously. But again, slavery is not like what people think. And I'm saying, in this modern day world, people have lost it. People are debt slaves, slaves to the word, slaves um, uh, to their dialect, to their foreign serpent tongue, forked. To their master, their lord is their tongue, and they're ruled by a timetable, by a calendar. And they do their spinning on a ball, and their worship of their son, Julius, and Augustus. Remember, octa. They have their scepter and their decimi. They're all twisted. None of these things, such as Hallows, All Hallows Eve, is ever mentioned in the scriptures. That's Christ Mass. Where does it ever say anything in the scripture in Old or New Testament about Christmas? Lupercalia, they just have their February. This is a pagan ritual celebrated by pagans. Satanism is the worship of eating the flesh, cannibalism. When you think of Satanists, think about eating flesh of Massey. Although pagans, they went after, there were Celtic pagan gods and fairy tales and even, Arab. They were not, the Satanism is the hijacking of eating flesh, of the Massey is eating human flesh. That is Catholicism. That is their Calvinism, or their baptism, or Baptist, or their Protestant, or their Presbyterian, or their all the insanities. Christianity being the ones too. They're probably the worst, that they follow the Pope, the Papa. He said, "Call no man father." They do this Vatican, Rome. Rome never died, if you think about it. This is just an extension of Rome. It is. These new, whatever, states united, my left, left out. War doesn't decide who's right, but decide who's left. So this nation state, once the colonies 13, has now become an abomination corporation. So if you're not standing against this beast, then you are a part of the beast. If you voted for the lesser of two evils, you're just as evil. Two cheeks to the same hole, two wings to the same dragon. Donkeys or elephant, it don't matter. You're acting like a circus in here, like some zoo. A barrel full of monkeys like it's some game, or some going grape ape on there, or whatever. Remember, like the wine press, remember the drink of a mead, not of grapes. So don't sup with vipers, and their crackers and grape juice ritual is just their vampism and cannibalism of the Old Testament, of their wheel, of their Saturn worship, of their box or their cabra. It's that Kronos trying to slow the sun from dying at the equinox. All Hallows Eve, Christ Mass, Lupercalia, Ishtar. It said Passover, not Easter. None of this is scriptural, nor is it biblical, if you want to call it Bible. But none of these are ever written in scripture, yet the whole world does this, celebrating the birth of the sun god in the middle of the winter. Jesus is Satan, the sun god Mithra. They celebrate his birth, and the reason for the spring of the season is Passover, not Easter. Easter is the Semiramis, the sex goddess who had sex with her son. That's what you're celebrating when you celebrate Easter. Having the kids hide eggs and die away. You die, and here we go again, dying eggs. Like yellow, lake, like pissing in the wind, die, or blue, like Papa Smurf, or like some avatar, like you're locked into some Oculus, whatever, in some tree. Tree. Your tree gods. That's Moloch, you silly child. You little genie. Aladdin, the blue god who's telling you, giving you fortunes, rubbing on his lamps, telling you fortunes, giving you wishes. No luck, no wishes, no fortunes, no free will, no fairy tales. Fairy's a Celtic demon. An Arab demon is a genie. A demon is a distributor of fortunes or lies. So, that's what I'm saying. They keep celebrating these things. This is hijacked paganism by the Roman Catholicism. Somebody asked about the Roman Orthodox Church earlier. Or Russian, excuse me. But that's the changing. They already did their changing of the guard in Antarctica, where the Roman Orthodox Vatican, the Pope, prior Pope, Papa, not this current, remember Francis, he met with the Russian when this changing, it's not going to stop. Not till he comes back. It's all been written. That's what I'm saying. Evil, the only thing it takes for evil to flourish is for good men to stand around and do nothing. And that's what's going on. So here we are again, just like putting meat in a meat grinder. We don't need no edge, like a wall, building a wall. Like borders, they did it in Rome. They did it in China. Remember the Great Wall of China? So they'll do it again. Mr. Warp Speed was never talking about putting a wall around the borders of Gog to the north and Magog, they'll come from the not to the south. That's a distraction. Borders are senseless. A bird lands on a wall. You think it cares whether it's Mexico or America? Get away from me. Why don't you be a little bit more fluid? Well, like a willow tree, being a little more willing to bend with the times. So borders are senseless. Borders, again, only change during war, brothers and sisters. Want 100% proof we're at war? Look at all the borders change. It's called imperialism. Just like at the World War II, now it's World War III. World War II equals World War III. So we're here. We made it. They're doing the ritual. Nothing's changed. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Mr. Charlie Chaplin mustache. Remember the swastika ritual. Here we are again. Their 9/23 ritual, the birth of their sun god in the middle of the winter on 12/23. I know my dad passed on that day. Christmas killed my dad on 12/23. So I've always had this since I was a teenager. My dad died when I was 16. So, and it always rubbed me the wrong way. So he even decorated and, dressed up as Satan. So, well, Krampus, the Masse, the big fat guy that they come squeezing through a keyhole underneath the door because we don't have a chimney. Oh, chimney crickets. So, no, we did have one of those. We had a fireplace in our, but you know what I'm talking about. The old cookies and milk. He said, drink of the, not of the watered down, and give me the cookies. Yeah, like the Cookie Monster. The big guy, the jolly ho ho ho. Where all the hoes are at. Go ask Kronos. Remember Krampus, the one who ate his kids? Santa or Santa. That's Mithra, you silly. That's Apollyon, the one that's locked up in the pit, the seventh king of Revelation. I know I did it. Connection. Remember, I ran the Olympic torch. What a nasty thing that I did. I did it for money. I did it for money. I won't lie, because the pay was over the top phenomenal. It is what it is. Chasing dollar signs. So, remember, if I was to die, I would chasing that rent tonight, denied at the gates, casting into hell. Somehow that's secondary to cash to living well. A condo, a mansion, a Bentley, and a Benz. When I die, I want to be with my pawpaw again. So, we learn from our mistakes. So, stakes. The stakes are high. Paid a lot of taxes on that venture of the torch. But that's all right. It was an experience. I'll carry it with me, like to carry the torch. Actually broke the rules because that's the way that I, how it is when I do what I do. Well, so to speak. So I didn't pass the torch. I ran a second leg when they weren't supposed to do that. And I ran it backwards too. They weren't supposed to run backwards, but I did that too. So I do silly things like that in my life. I don't go with the flow. I told you I'm not a go with the flow kind of guy. So it is what it is. It'll go down in history of being a goof. That's what I do. So yeah, I just ran right past the guy. So that it wasn't ever done before. They never had that done. So heck with yeah. They were not happy, but then when again, life ain't Burger King. You can't have it your way. So I didn't see him. I was going backwards. So but that's a stupid thing to do, to pass the Olympic torch. So my brother passed it off, to my other brother, and or no, my first brother ran it, and then I passed off to my other brother. That's my bad. Or he passed it off to me, and I ran the flame after he had passed it off to me. So my first younger brother, he ran it by a school in Eugene during the Olympic torch relay, after the whole blind 11 deal. So it was an experience, I tell you. It truly was. I wouldn't trade it, but I know that I feel like it was one of the worst things I've ever done in my entire life. For the dollars, my son was young, and I shouldn't have traded money for the time that I had with him, but it's okay. It's not the end of the world. I just, and he was okay while I was gone. There was plenty of money coming in to make sure that he was okay. And it actually took that little bit of a boost to the the dollars that I had after that, actually, to get away from, to start my long haul of 8 years to eventually obtain through the court's custody of my son. So, um, but it was my first jump on my own to be able to get on my own, and like I said, I've talked briefly in the past about where I left everything with her, and I didn't take anything but the clothes on my back because I didn't want to interrupt his lifestyle and create two different houses when I could just create a new, like I said, because I had some finances and I made sure she was taken care of. So uh, I left her with everything. That's the way you do it. So it was better that way. And like I said, if it wasn't for doing that, that Olympic torch relay, I wouldn't have been able to have the funding that I needed to jumpstart myself to get, even though that attorney didn't work out, I still had to pay. Just because I hire an attorney doesn't mean it works out for me. Most of the time, it doesn't work out very well, even with a paid attorney. I have record of that, but that's okay. Father does that to me, so he's my judge. So mediator is the Hamashiach for me. He's the one who always makes a way somehow, some way, no matter how difficult. He paves, not like the yellow brick road. Let's not go there. You know, it's a difficult path that leads to eternal life, is what he says in Matthew. So keep reading the scriptures. I know that that's what keeps me going. And if I didn't have the scriptures, I'm nothing without them. And it keeps me going. And I know that my treasure, oh, ye be without counsel. I'll tell you the answer. Do not worry what you shall say. They'll throw you in front of their magistrates and their synagogues and their men in their black robe, no matter what. I walk in the shadow of the valley of death. Men in black robes. It happens. So men in black, whatever, men in SWAT, you remember SWAT teams, whatever. Father just tests me constantly, but one day at a time. He said, bear, like, I don't mean to be the bearer of bad tidings, but tithing is of the gospel, that's the good news. So, but the suffering that we go through is for his sake, his Shem, his agape, his authority, not of our own. So if we have faith, he'll reward us. He gives us treasure beyond, not the kind you could fit in a safe, or in a, not the kind you could shred in a not the kind of treasure you can shred or put in a dresser, not the kind you could fit. Doesn't have a measurement. So and that's the beautiful thing about knowing that after this life, that we receive the healing from the pain that he causes, and the suffering he anybody who caused us wrong, he writes. So nobody's going to get away with anything. Not a single soul is going to be able to pass through the book of judgments without receiving that equal measure. He pours out the measure you pour out on others will be returned. And twice, remember, in Babylon, twice that burnt mountain. So that don't partake in the beast. That's all I can tell you. That's part of the gospel too, though. The beast is the system. They have their big boy club back then. The Pharisees had made up their halakha and their haggadah. There was a system that was a beast system back then, at the time of Rome, at the time of Christ, at the time of the Pharisees. They made up their own Torah, which was called the Targum, or their Talmud. It wasn't the Torah, it was a perversion. An oral halakha was the law. This is where your water baptism comes from. There's no such thing as water baptism. That's a Pharisee halakha ritual. It is. You just don't understand. That's not by definition. There's no such thing as baptism by water. There's no water in the definition of baptism. So it's bapto or baptizo. Look it up for yourself. So Many people don't study these truths. They don't study the word. So yeah, their Mishnah was their halakha. That was a law that was orally spoken, that could be spoken but never written down. And their Haggadah, halakha and Haggadah was the like the formal law, like Old Testament, more like the Old Testament law that could be written down but not spoken. So they had created a dual law, and not too many people I ever know that have called themselves who love the truth can speak on these truths and understand what the Pharisees had done. Not only had been a perversion, remember the Aramaic, they had translated it. They didn't literal define the words. That didn't happen until the Council of Nicaea, where they literally took out and defined with the lexicons. That's why we studied these words, an old Jewish book written in Greek, defined in the 12th century, and that's the closest we're going to get. I know there's older scripture than that, but that doesn't matter. I'm not trying, unless it's defined, I don't want anything to do with it. I'll go from there, but that's where the gospel is, the aletheia. So that's why I keep bringing you to the gospel. The gospel is refined. The gospel, that is part of what the gospel is to be refined like gold and silver, to be pressed, theologo, pushed, theologos, pinched, pushed from both sides. Through definition, we can define each word. And that's the beautiful thing about the gospel, is that it is the aletheia. It cannot be changed. He said, don't add or take away from the gospel. The other gospel Paul wrote is this: many Christ as he spoke of himself. Many. Whatever lollipop flavor you want, a root beer lollipop or orange sucker or whatever, creamsicle, whatever flavor of religion you want to suck on, they're all watered down, and they're sweet to the taste, but should be bitter to the belly. And that's what the scripture tells us. But it's not, because people love the world, and they're used to this. It's like the corn syrup Jesus, whatever their Jimmy crack corn, scarecrow Jesus. If I only had a brain. I don't mean to go there with their Wizard of Oz Jesus. Whatever, wizards. Remember, wizard is like a warlock or a Brewster. Alchemy, marrying truth to a lie. Kind of like Marty McFly when he went 88 gigawatts, and then he hit the scarecrow. What's the first thing he said? Jesus Christ. Yeah, exactly. The whole movie is about Mr. Warp Speed. Go watch it. So, add a little prognosco, foreknowledge of. Go see the movie, Go watch it. Go see the decode. Go see Informed Christians. He'll give you the decode on the movie Warp Speed. He's not the only one. Go see Casey from Enter the Stars. The movie Back to the Future, like 88. That's Mr. Warp Speed's number, 828. That is his number, 88. 8 is the ether. It's the false ether over the true ether. It's like black and white. It's like the yin and the yang. As is above, so is below. On earth as it is in heaven. It is. It's the same thing. Those with less will have more. Those with more will have less. I can go on and on, brothers and sisters. That is the parable. It's the paradigm. It's it's that false ether created over. It's what they are doing right now with all their towers. They're creating it with their ether technology. So it's what their Google gods, their DARPA, and their Palantir, and their Sky Daddy, Starlink, their stinky muskrat. It's being put right to the panopticon. What do they call that? The Skynet, right above your head, brothers and sisters. As is above, so is below. They have it below your feet too, with their frequency and their Hall currents. You don't understand, though, with the system that you live in, this web. It's dark. All these white papers. This stuff's been here for decades, but people don't want to. They don't want to pay the piper. Just like the Pied Piper, like Piper's Pit, like WWE wrestling. Remember? Obey, consume, when you lift the glasses. Remember Piper's Pit? Like the snake, like a den of vipers. So, all right, we have to go. It is what it is. Try to do a little relation there. Little Vince McMahon, huh? Remember Mr. Warp Speed, Body Slam, Vince McMahon. I knew it right there. I was like, there's your POTUS. I had no doubt in my military mind that that was the POTUS of this, corporation. It was just his time. I called for it during the Obama administration. So it wasn't hard to see. Mr. 45, 4 plus 5 is 9. When you skip Joe Biden, 4 plus 7 is 11. POTUS blind 11. He's in office right now. The current executive order. He came in and declared a national emergency because migrants are immigrants. So what have we seen from them so far? We haven't seen nothing yet, have we? Another one of these greatest wall ever. They're coming for you. That's what it is. They're just warming everybody up to the idea of seeing people like the brown coats, of World War II coming and just taking people off the streets. You don't even have to be from another country. Remember, you could just disagree. So remember, they threw me in a cage for using my voice. So, hey, whatever. Maybe it's because you got blue hair. Maybe it's all the blue hair people because this is the MAGA, the Bloodbakin Revolution, Nanu, Shazbot, all their warp speed, their egg worship. So Ishtar, that's coming up in March. It's coming up next month. Well, remember April Fools. Spring, like New Year's, springs up, new life springs up, right? Like eggs hatch. Never mind. It's okay. The shepherds were in the field with the sheep at the birth of the Hamashiach. So we don't celebrate birth anyways in here. Remember, that's blasphemy. If you know anybody celebrates birth, they're a demon or a Satanist or an occultist. They do. They celebrate their Masons pretty much. They go on with this occult ritual, kind of like the old face diaper ritual that everybody did. Blind 11, Mr. Warp Speed, greatest jab ever, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease. That is Apollyon, Satan, Mithra, Kronos, Nimrod, Beelzebub, whatever little fancy little yods or letters. Cosmos is an orderly arrangements of letters you want to give this stiff Peter. How about that? Get behind me, Peter. Get it? Peter. So, never mind. You got to rob Peter to pay Paul. Careful. They love their sodomy worship. Come on by. So you give it a try. Next thing you know, they get you dancing like a circus clown, dressing up as 3-in-1 gender. That's their Baphomet god, Bel. And they're like Jezebel. Or they're Caesar Borgia. They're little Blanco Jesus. Jesus. Your Jesus it cuts the lawns. I think, what was that? Ryan said that the other day. My Jesus cuts my lawn or something like that. That's all right. He was a carpenter too. So I'm not sure if he did any landscaping, but he sure did. So he knew how to, probably read a level. I think they had levels at the time of Rome, that pneumatics. And he had a nail gun. They nailed him to a tree, remember? So careful. You missed the starting gun. Remember Roger Waters, Pink Floyd? Pink, like the Research Foundation. Can't see her. Get it? Anyways. All right. Well, what are you up to? What's on your radar? What's on your mystery tower radar? What are they doing in your 5G whiz? Like a bunch of samples, like semen, like Navy, they're called semen, and you leave it in a cup or something, whatever, testing, whatever. We'll see if you can produce, if you're sterile, if you got any swimmers. So whatever, it's a test. So see if you can birth, since all these people love to celebrate their birth. So the celebration of the birth, that's the celebration of Nimrod, the mighty hunter, remember? So thank you, YouTube, for hiding this silly little goose here. We'll put him in timeout for a country minute. So you're going to timeout. See ya. No mas. Well, no, whatever. They're like that. Well, Army is private, so you don't want to be playing. I'm talking about semen samples, like Navy. So, anyways, we won't mess with the with the ships. Remember, the body, is like the eyes. The lamp is the vessel. So these people are self-driven. So they're steering the ship. So careful. Like I said, they're going to run like the Titanic. They're going to sink the ship. So careful where you put your treasure. But all right, well, what do you think? What happened to the price of silver? I didn't look. I should probably get off here. What time is it? 7 or something. Yeah, probably I'm gonna stay on here too much longer, and call it a day. I'll probably turn in a little bit early tonight. I don't know. Stayed up a little bit later last night than I normally did, and got up a little early. Stayed up for a little while when I got up, so probably rack out a little bit early tonight. But I wanted to come in here again and share the gospel, because this online ministry is, it's what this is about. Many are called, but few are chosen. So I always, I'm thankful that I still have the ability to come in here and share the gospel, share it with my brothers and sisters that I'm going to be with after I die. Know that this isn't in vain. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, 102 on Canadian. I'm not sure what the price is on the U.S. dollars, if it went up or down. So kind of a crazy time to be in the metals markets again. Careful where you put your treasure. You better have rice and beans. You better have a water filter. You better have a way to protect your stuff before you even participate in any kind of shiny dirt. But it always has been God's money. So I'm not going to give any financial advice. So 75. So cool. Yep. It's okay. It's a good time for people to cost in, think about the people who bought in at 120. This is a good time, and I'm not giving any advice to cost average. You want to know how to get your costs from 120 down? Buy in at these rates. And remember, that's the paper price of silver. That's not the actual physical metal price to actually buy a piece of physical metal that you can hold in your hand. The paper price and the physical price have separated from each other now. That is quite obvious. There's not that many people in the market anyway, so it's just a tiny, tiny market. But this is a good time to cost average, because $75 is, I told you, under $100, and I've already said this on this channel, is cheap. So, but remember when it went over $100? It almost shut down the whole market on where to sell your silver at the coin shops. So thank Father for bringing and doing this pullback in the market, because nothing goes straight up. That wasn't a natural market, brothers, sisters. That's not. And I tried to tell you that. I told people when to pull profit, and I'm not giving any financial advice. I came in here and you could see, I told people now is the time. If you bought in at 25 and 35 and 45 and 50, this would be a good time to take profit. And it's never wrong to take profit. And it wasn't long, 2, 3, 4 days, 5 days after that, they ended up, doing this, $1.4 billion of paper contracts poured out onto the, to the COMEX and crushed the price of silver. But it's okay. Because like I said, it gives people who wanted to buy in, they said, oh man, I should have bought at 100 and 110, 100. They won't buy until then. They'll wait. They won't buy when it's $77.75 plus a premium, $80, whatever, 81, 82. They'll wait till it goes back up to 100. And then they'll want to buy. See what I'm saying? That's most people. You don't buy when things are popular. You buy when things are not popular. You buy at the ankles, at the knees. You sell at the hips, at the shoulders. There's just, I'm not giving you any economic advice, but most people don't know how to invest, especially when it comes to something like silver market that thrashes around. has higher highs than gold and lower lows. So it's going to have more correction, but it's going to have higher highs. So I'm thankful that the markets pulled back, because it would have shut down all of these coin shops, would have been shut down. They don't have the capital. They don't. They could deal with some gold, but when silver becomes, $100+ an ounce, they don't have, when people are bringing in, when silver's been 15, 17, 20, people bought in at 7, 11, to deal with people selling, $250,000 worth of precious metals. To want that, how many times can it happen before a coin shop can't stay in business? So it's a good thing this happened. It will help. I think at this time the government will come in and back these coin shops. You know what I'm saying? So you got to be careful with pawn shops too, because they're not going to give you near the price. And some will, like there's good shops here, but like the shops around here, they sell at spot, but they buy below spot. They don't sell over spot. The coin shops sell over spot. You got to pay over spot. The pawn shops here sell at spot. So you can't expect to get as much money out of your metal when you go to sell, but they sell at spot. So I've talked about that too. So that's why you need to develop a relationship with the coin shop. But thank God, thank Father, thank the Most High, that if the metals didn't pull back, we wouldn't have anywhere to sell our metal. And you just have to not worry about selling it for dollars. I already told you on this stream, the idea is never to take and have a paper payment, some currency, and trade it for a physical money, a physical metal, and have to trade it back. Although it's been liquid for many decades, it's not so much anymore. Who cares? Who gives a crap? You should be trading it for houses and horses and hoes. Never mind, just kidding. Like Santa, maybe gifts. I'm just kidding. Not hoes. I'm not just. It's what it would buy you, okay? I don't mean to go there, but careful where you sell your, the body's a temple. But either way, my point that I'm making is that it's, it will be there as an item to trade for something else other than back for paper payments. Although for some time, I wish that it wasn't. I don't wish like that, but remember I traded all my precious metals for dollars. I wish I couldn't have. I still have it today. Look what it'd be worth. It'd be worth a lot more than what I paid for it and what I sold it for. But so what that you can't trade it back for paper? You can now because it pulled back. But when silver got up over $100, they weren't even paying that price for it anyways. Many of these shops were not paying the $131 for that buffalo. They were paying right around $100. And that's when I was trying to get everybody to get out. That $100 was a great come up. When you paid $10, you got in at tenfold at $100. When you paid $20, look at your gains. $30, $40, $50. Look at the gains you made. There was nothing wrong than pulling some of the I told you to take your original investment out. I wasn't giving any economic advice. And then as soon as I said that, not but 2, 3, 4 days later, the whole system crashed. So I'm not a prophet. I'm not giving any advice right now. I'm just telling you right now, for all those people who wanted to get into the market at 120 and said, oh man, it's too late. They're not thinking about buying it now. Oh, you're not pissed off when you go to the store and steaks that are $12 are now $7. You don't get pissed off on that. You buy a bunch of them. But most people won't buy silver at $75, $77, 80 some with a premium to buy it online, but they won't buy in. They'll wait until it gets up over 100 again. And so I think that most people are not very economically wise. So remember, again, I'm not giving any economic advice in this live stream. I'm just trying to show you how these markets work. That last run up in the market was not a natural run up. It went up way too fast and way too hard. And that's why I said, this is where I see nobody can pick a top. And I'm not saying it was the top. I just said it was a good time. You don't sell your whole stack, but it's a good time to take at least pull your original investment or pull some profits out of the market, because it's not wrong to do that. So again, hopefully somebody listened to me and the reaping the benefits. Remember, I told you it's okay to buy that pickup truck that you've been wanting, do that addition to the house, do the remodel. You remember me saying that? Yeah, Pastor said that. So hopefully some people have been able to make some gains, and I'm not trying to, have anybody get rich quick in here. That's not some again, I don't give economic advice. I just tell you what I know historically has happened, and I'm hoping that people will have listened to me from times past. And so it's not wrong. Again, even right now, if you bought in at $25, uh, um, oh, permission, you need my permission. Get the flock out of here. So, um, but either way, again, you know, if you bought in at 25 or under 50 and the markets are sitting at 75 or 6, it's still profit right now. So, um, that's the nice thing about knowing a little bit about economics and knowing about this sector where most people don't participate in the precious metal sector and would know precious from a hole in their fourth point of contact. They don't know. They just don't understand. Gold is a different animal. Gold has always been, a safe haven asset. Silver has, but silver shakes out weak hands because it has higher highs and lower lows. So people can't hold on to it. They don't know how to. Um, Gold, it just steadily stair climbs, up, and slowly it moves up over time, and it always has. Where silver thrashes around, it will make higher highs. It'll always beat out the gains of gold. So it is the ratio between the two metals that I pay attention to. Price is a tool of manipulation. It's what it'll purchase you. It's the purchasing power of the metals that's always been, generational wealth. If you have enough stack of gold and silver, then you are wealthy, and that's why they put it away, because they knew it would buy their children's children the same purchasing power. Nate at Canadian Prepper, he did a pretty good video today. Not exactly as I've done it, but a similar fashion on what gold and silver would buy you throughout time. And it's the purchasing power of these metals. So stop thinking it as I bought it for a piece of paper and I'm going to trade it back for a piece of paper, because I've told you that's not how the metal works. You should trade it for a piece of land, a house, a car, a donkey, a horse, a sidearm, a hunting rifle. And these things are traded back for trading items. Get back with the old school of barter, the free market. You trade this piece of silver for that. You trade this piece of gold for, you both walk away, shake hands. That is a free market. It gives us back that, almost like they're going to take the dollar away from the people. They're already clipping the penny and they'll be going after the nickel, and it won't be long. They made silver and copper strategic critical metals that they'll be going after nickel, and there won't be. Remember, a quarter is 75% copper base. It's 91% copper. So there won't be a whole lot more of this circulation, and they will go to a digital blockchain, tokenized crypto. And so your only means of having anonymity off of the system will be gold and silver. There's been 4,000 paper payments and they've all sunk. Okay. The only ones that haven't are the currently ones that are floating around in circulation right now. But every one of them throughout history has gone back to zero. Seriously, like toilet paper, you can wipe your ass with it. I'm like an ass of somebody who's stubborn. Remember the Boulevard during the Venezuela Boulevard? Remember what they did to that? They went from 5 Boulevard for a cheeseburger to 500. They were making purses and, making different things out of the actual of the currency. So, yep, there we go. And we know that too now. And that's why we see the crashing, the Epi Bitcoin pen files. So, yeah, we know who's in the Island Boy files there. Wrong island. These people are like, they got Anakin Island Skywalker. So, whatever, Epi Pen Island Skywalker, they're all in on it, guys. So, that's the nice thing about out of the system, is you can get out of the system and become your own central bank. I'd rather see you invested in lambs and sheep and, cows and gardens and seeds and freeze dryers and air, ways to protect your stores and, before you ever invest in shiny dirt. But if you have those bases covered, there's, and you want to put away all your hard labor, that's a great way to, it's real good stuff connection. That's a good way to put up all your labor. That's the great thing about this metal throughout history, is it's been a store of your labor. a store of your value, a store of your purchasing power. And so all your labor is stored up in that, you know, in that, you know, asset, you know, and so if you ever thought about it in the future, you're trading your labor and you're unleashing that labor later down the road. So it's not a Bitcoin. It's not going to the horse races and betting on the horse that took the biggest dump or the horse with the biggest nose or whatever your formula is to try to, you know, place your bets. You know, it's not a lottery ticket. It's an investment that you put away. Um, that's why I knew when we saw silver and gold shooting up in the fashion that it wasn't a natural, and that's not good. It's supposed to stair step, you know, take out the high and then come back and pull back. And so that's when it pulled back. Um, uh, it was a good thing. So I am happy to see the pullback in the markets, because when you're talking about the price of silver, you're not talking about the physical metal. The physical metal is obviously separated in the price of the paper payment. So when you see $75 silver, you're seeing paper. You want to hold oil, you got to have the barrel, you got to have the oil, you got to have the storage. It's going to cost you to have the physical asset. Same thing with silver, same thing with gold, same thing with platinum, same thing with palladium, same thing with copper. It's going to cost you to hold the physical metal. So the sooner people figure that out, and they are starting to figure that out, that's why we're seeing a change in these markets, and something that we've never seen before, that people are calling for. Yeah, no, exactly, connection. Um, yeah, the white pizza gates, you know, but the people are starting to figure out that these, you know, these paper payments are just a zero and a one, and that our bonds and our treasuries are not, um, they're no good anymore, and that the people are fleeing the dollar and in mass. You know, all across this rock that you walk, people are changing and selling their short term bonds, and that's starting to change this market. And when this country defaults on its treasuries and its bonds, and they don't, and the Fed doesn't buy them, that's it. The gig is up, and they'll bring in the new system, and the new system is already here. And again, I already showed you that they have um, tokenized our debt already and stabilized it and attached it to stablecoin through the Genius Act. If you were paying attention, but most people don't know how to define it, never went in and looked at it, never understood what Mr. Warp Speed passed. You know, he said no CBDC, then he came out with the Trump coin and the Molina coin, and then, you know, spoofed or whatever, you know, I'm not spoofed, but, you know, spam the people with the centralized digital backed currency, basically with the, you know, the Melania coin and the Trump coin, you know, and here we are, you know, we're going to go into the future, and they're going to come out and find out that the JP Chase, you know, like not follow, that's not what he then mean by follow when he meant JP Chase, is involved in this. And you should, I'm not the only one that's talking about this now. Like I said, you can find the connection with JP Chase and EpiPen, you know, Stein Island, that he was back in this, that they're in cahoots with Mr. Warp Speed. They're all in on it together, you know, and that these banksters, you know, you give a man a gun, he'll rob a bank. You give a man a bank and he'll rob the world. And that's what they've done. And that these pedos, these PDF files, you know, are all in on it. And that's what this Bitcoin's all about, you know. Um, and they're all in on this. And that's going to, this potentially could take down the system. You know, this release of these recent files, of these EpiPen Island files, you know. Look at the names on this list. Elvis Presley. Come on, guys. They're mocking people. They're literally mocking people. You know what I'm saying? This stuff has been out on the dark web for decades. If you've read their white papers, none of this has been hidden. You know, you didn't need anything redacted, you know, blotted out. This has been out on the dark web for people have been too afraid to get on the dark web. You know, oh, they're going to be watching you. Well, Father's inside you. He's been watching the whole time. You know, oh, they're going to come to your door. Well, bring it. You know, it won't be the first time they've showed up, right? I can't get them to show up the second time, but hey, At least they did the first time. But my point that I'm making is that, you know, a lot of this stuff is not hidden, and it's mind numbing that these people get away with this. You know what I'm saying? For decades, and this involves children, and people want to act like this evil is not real, and this evil comes from the top. You know, the most evil thing on this rock right now are the people, these 8 to 10 families, maybe a dozen, that have retained their wealth for the last thousands of years. So it's not even like it's hiding. It's right out in the open now. Do you understand? They're not hiding this anymore. We don't live in the age of deception. They're not hiding behind the veil. They pulled the veil off. They're showing it right in front of everybody's face. They're taking this eugenics program back down to this 17th century, 600,000 people. The Guidestone said 500. They knocked them down. They're going to stand them back up, resurrect. They're not hiding what they're doing. They've been on this program since, you know, thousands of years. They know the Yuga cycles. They know the extinction cycles. They know the death cycles. So once again, they knock down history and they rebuild it back up again. And that's what they're doing right now. This is the reset, the one that they talked about, the one that I warned you of during the Obama administration, you know, of the reset, 2019, year zero, 2020, the reset, the great reset, year zero, year one, 2021, year two, 3, 23, 4. What year are we in now? 5786, but we'll use your lunar calendar. 2026, you're in the 6th year of the reset. Welcome to the 6th extinction cycle. Well, they're not the half cycle, is 6,000 years past. You're 6,000 years in the future. These are Heimrich events, Lechamp cycles. These are all cycles of compression cycles of our Yuga cycles of the sun. Cali, remember? LA, where it's sunny all year. So these are all cycles that they ride, and they're really good at knocking down the old and bringing in the new. So be careful. You know, there are laws of the land. They're called organic. If you have any bit of Hogadesh spirit, you would follow, not repugnant, unconstitutional. You would know Father would call out to you. The blacks, or color of law. If you study Black's law, these are the original laws that have always been here. And these laws are protected under the Constitution. And if you stand and you act as some other perversion of the Constitution, then you are perverted. And the law that you go by some corporate law, then you're going to be judged as some capital letter corporation. Judge, that shall be judged. So try to keep that on your plate. Serving this one up to you. Seriously. Like not some frisbee golf where you're like trying to throw some disc. I'm not playing around with you like some GFO. Get the flock out of here. You know, like some government flying object. You. Soldier boy. There we go. I remembered it this time. Somebody got me last time. So, well, whatever, man. They do all their nonsense, man. This stuff is just out of control. You know, space farce and space balls and whatever. I fell for that when I was a child. But when you grow up and you start using your brain, your cranium, your noggin, you know, your skull, and you start looking around, you can see it's nothing but deception. It's always been that way. We lived in the age of deception up until 6 years ago at the reset, and we're not in that age anymore. Welcome to the apocalypse. Welcome to the age of air. Remember, in this age, the crown that you're supposed to have to set at the feet of Shiloh, this will be in the age of air. The heirs to the throne, to the crown, to throne of the Most High God. It will be in this age. Nobody knows the day or the hour. I'm not picking dates. I'm not a date picker. I didn't say anything about picking dates. What will happen in this age of air? The age of deception is over. We don't live in the age of deception anymore. You know what I'm saying? So we're not in the age of deception. Deception is Pisces. That was the age where the veil was put over by the deadly head wound that was healed in Scripture, by the rebranding of the Constantine, remember, of this paganism, of this Ankh and this worshiping of the cross and the Mary and Horus and Isis, and this Baal worship of Kronos, the tree god, Krampus, or Satan, or Santa. Same thing, just rebranded. Here we are doing again. So it's the same worship. It's the same thing that was outlawed. Remember, that was rebranded, that was healed. The deadly head wound in Scripture that was healed. So nothing has changed but the weather. So try to remember, all this worship of these cycles are calendar worship. And although we are to be aware, like it says in the book of Psalms, that the firmament declares his handiwork, we don't celebrate these things. This perverted calendar, everybody's doing it. So don't act like, if you say something about this, that you're going to be widely accepted. When you tell people it's not 2026, they don't want to hear that. That the New Year's does not start in the middle of the winter, that Satan is Krampus, which is Mithra, which is Apollyon, which is Jesus Christ. They don't want to hear that. They want to do their celebration, Jesus, their sky daddy, their heavens, in the heavens above their head, and their earth below their feet, and the hell below their feet. And that's all blasphemy. That's not aligned with the definition. So definition is transliteration. Literally no change to the definition, no change to any letter. That is, transliteration and translation are two different things. They're completely opposite ends of the spectrum. So it's like black and white, day and night, dark and light. And that's the beautiful thing about aletheia, is the word truth. And when you start studying this definition of these Greek Testament, this old Jewish book written in Greek, you'll find, seeking you shall find, asking you shall knock, and I will sup. So I can show you to the narrow way. I can't you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. You can lead a person to, the word is bis, knowledge. Hell is no knowledge, but you can't make them think. So that's what it says. The firmament declares his handiwork. And in Matthew, it talks about that signs, in the stars, sun, and moon. In Genesis, it tells us for times and seasons. So be wise, virgin. Look up, for your redemption draweth nigh. Redemption is something that has been purchased, and he paid the bride price. He is the bridegroom, and he paid that bride price in blood. So he gave his testament. Remember, he gave that revelation to John, and at the island of Patmos, at the gold mines, and he tells us we're supposed to be like gold. And when that revelation was given, and we're in that day now, I know that because the veil is the cover. Like they covered his face after they hung him. And then when you lift off the cover, that is the word apocalypse. Word. Man, study the word. So that's why I pastor this apocalypse. Apocalypse, so hopefully you've had a revelation when you come in here. Hopefully you have a revelation daily, because you live in that age where you're not in the age of deception anymore. That age is over. You live in the age of information. The the World Wide Web has been here for quite some time, but there's no excuses now. You've got the world at your fingertips. You could literally go anywhere on this rock with Zoom and, live streams and sky cams, and there's no place you can't touch. I mean, it's unbelievable. So the measure you pour out will be returned to you. So you don't live in a day or an age where you had to walk with your family, your kids, your dog, whatever, your horse, your dog, whatever, to ride you. Maybe you'd walk on foot all day to hear somebody share some watered down fake Jesus nonsense with you. And they'll be held accountable for that time. 1500s, 1600s, 1700s, 1800s, early 1900s, but you don't live in that age anymore. You live in the age of understanding, age of bis, knowledge, will be increased. The World Wide Web, the internet. And I'm not telling you the answers to every problem that you have are on the net. Just because, I saw pigs can fly. For real. There was a picture of some little piglet with some aviation, sitting in the co-pilot seat. It was a meme. Pigs can fly. Get it? You can find whatever you want. You can tote your fancy, pull your own pud, whatever you want to call it, on the interweb. Doesn't mean it's true, but you have the world again at your fingertips right now. Think about it. You have a playlist of how many songs right now in your head? 200 songs you think you know every word to? Can you match that with scripture? 500, 1,000? Some people have 1,500, 2,000, 3,000 songs that they know every single word to. Can you match that with scripture? Can you match that with passages in scripture? So you better just focus on the gospel. Quit worrying about overdoing it. Start studying one word at a time. Unlearn is the best thing you can do. Unlearn and relearn. If I can give you any suggestions at all for the way my mind races, it's like a freaking, it never stops. It's like a 5D chess game. It is. It's not like quantum. That's 4. That's simple, Simon. Like 4, even adding a variable is an algorithm, like a 5D chess or a computer, but we'll keep it simple, like quantum computing or quantum physics. We'll keep the variable out of it, but it's simple. Okay. If you'll slow down and you'll unlearn and start unlearn and relearning one word at a time, then you can actually it'll make sense. So that's the only way I can get my mind to slow down. I just don't have that brain. It never does. It never slows down. The only way my brain ever slows down is when I lay down. Whatever. I used to think all the time. I would fall asleep, try to fix the world. Nothing happens overnight. I don't do that anymore. I lay down, the world stops. I pass out, that's it. But when I get back up, turns back on like a computer. Fires right back up. I don't need to go through no loading process. It goes right back to, So I'm thankful that Father could help me unlearn and relearn, because otherwise I wouldn't have a relationship. I just was too scatterbrained. ADHD, PTSD, I don't know, whatever. I got all that, I need a security, get some security up in here. I've got some, I got ADHD home security too. Get it? ADHD, Alpha Delta Tango. I'm just kidding. I don't have ADHD or ADT. So I got a little PTSD, but that's about it. So, all right, guys, I will let you go. I'd hang out in here, but I was going to call it a day. Today was kind of a long day. Again, I've been having quite the issue with my back here. It's just PTSD is wearing me, missing my son too quite a bit. Just been hard days to, like I said, I just hope he's where Father wants him. And I know Father doesn't make any mistakes. So I miss my son. I miss my daughter. I don't know if I'll ever speak to them again, but I want them to know if they ever go back and watch any of these videos that I was continuing in my thoughts. And I miss having church with my son. He's a good man to have church with. We can spend hours at a time. So I don't know why Father won't give him back to me, but I guess he's just not ready for that yet. So even just any kind of word, you know what I'm saying, would be nice, but I don't think I'm going to get that. So I just have to stand in faith and stay anchored. So appreciate you guys being there for me. I'll make it through this time with whatever. I did it again. I broke my damn freaking vertebrae again. So I knew it. I knew something was up. So I'm thankful that I could still be up and take her around. I'm not going to be doing the things that I know that I could do, but I would probably hurt myself even more. So I'm just going to try to, like I said, continue to do what I'm doing out here, and hopefully the spring will get here soon, and I'll get some more hands out here, and I'll get 1 or 2 people out here, and I'll work with whatever I have, good or bad. I'll accept whatever Father does. I'm not. So I'm going to try to get that aligned out here in the next week or 2. As the weather breaks, like I said, we're starting to get a little bit more daylight, so I'll feel better. So, but I can't do this alone anymore. I can't. I need to find somebody, even if like I said, have somebody come out and stay here on the property. I don't really want anybody here on the property. I'd like to have them stay on the other property, but I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. Like I said, um, I'm hoping eventually somebody will come from the ministry. Somebody within High Desert Faith and Truth will come out here. Maybe there's been somebody in the sidelines listening. I won't have any problems bringing other people. I could bring 20 people out here. Um, so just on this one site that I was telling you, I'm sure I can bring plenty, but I'd rather just bring a couple. Um, uh, just a couple. I don't need, I'd rather have one or two good quality people out here than have too many people that I'm having to look after and worry about. I don't want to look after anybody. Like I said, I really like to try to find some people that are self-reliant, self-sufficient. So I have a whole nother thing that I need to be doing right now. I need to be focusing on coming up with about $20,000. And, I don't have the means that I had. I'd sold, both the pieces of property that I own. I still have I ownership of this property, but I own 3 of them, but I sold already 2 of them. So it's what helped me pay off this one, get some other things lined up. So, um, again, looking for anybody in the future. If you've watched the streams and you've been support of the ministry and you want to support the ministry financially, um, and you can do that. But supporting the ministry through your time and through coming back and supporting it through good comments is more valuable. I will take care of this. Yeah, I have full-time job to do it. So I'm pretty much retired, which allows me to do the ministry full-time. So I will, if there's Father's will, he will make a way. He's a way maker. So I have some investments. Like I said, I just sold some of the land, which allowed me to do what I needed to do. And so we'll continue to come out here. And again, hopefully, within the next 6 months before the end of the season, we'll be tiding out food to the people here at High Desert Faith and Truth, and that will be sent out via the mail because it's a worldwide ministry, so it won't be just here in the States, and hopefully we'll be able to do that. That's, again, we're not be able to get to Ecuador, not yet, and that's fine. It's probably better that I didn't go down there right now anyways. I can focus on where I'm at. I have plenty of acreage. I got 20 acres here, so that's plenty of acreage to raise sheep and goats and you know um, I don't think I'm going to raise hogs, but I've done raised hogs here before, and maybe even a cow. If we can get enough people out here, get a couple people out here, we'll put a cow out here because there is enough room to have a cow out here. And I've been trying to work heavily on the fencing. Fencing is something that you have to have containment, so that's what I've been doing. I've been working uh, a lot of poles dug out here, a lot of fencing, a lot of years I've been out here putting fencing out here. I cannot believe how much fencing that I put up without a post hole digger. That's something that I might actually invest in. I've got one, but it's not running right now, and I've tried to get it to fire it over. I think it's just bad gas. I got it used and um, should have probably bought a brand new one. It's only the one from Harbor Freight, but eventually I'm going to need one out here. Digging a lot of holes out here. That's what I'm saying. They're just some of these things I need to start using the right tool for the job, and actually having somebody else out here in the future will help me out to do that. So um, if I have to do it alone, I will, one day at a time. But I think here I have to be realistic and um, be humble and swallow any pride if I have any, and give somebody the opportunity to come out here, and somebody I'll make the right person work. I'll be super picky, and I won't let anybody come out here. I'll put some paperwork behind it, and that way I don't screw anybody over and nobody screws me over. And I give somebody time to transition. I'm not going to just throw somebody on their ass because they come here and it doesn't work out. So I think it'd be fine. I've had people for short periods of time come here, but never anybody are you sure you didn't get screwed over in your life? No, I didn't get screwed over in my life. So people screw me over, but that's Father who makes them do that. So how do you know? How do you know never get screwed over? People get ripped off every day. Good questions, but no, like I said, I plan on giving a $20 an hour wage. People have to pay to be here, but I will pay them a wage, and they'll be able to work off through a work trade, and the hours won't be that many. I've already done this, the math in my head. So if somebody can swing a hammer, um, dig a post hole, just basics, um, I could probably pay them as a labor $15 an hour if they could be taught $20 an hour. So they probably have to work 2 hours a day to pay off, lodging out here for somebody to provide them lodging. But I'm hopeful they can get somebody to come out here that's uh, self-driven and wants to build their own, because I have assets. I have, um, I'm going to eventually like to get a sawmill out here too and get up into the woods. And I have access to the sawmill and can get mill ends, but eventually like to be able to mill everything out here on the property and provide, housing and build some cabins, some packages out here, and lots. And like I said, there's already 3 cabins sitting out here right now. So 2 of them are, 90+% done, and the one it's halfway done. So lots of opportunity for people. I'll just, open up the doorway. I've just been hesitant because I don't want to bring anybody out here, and one bad apple will upset the whole apple cart. So just like I said, just myself right now, but I'll find the right people. Like I said, I've been, working on everything out here myself, but uh, if it doesn't work out, like I said, I can transition. That's why I'm going to try to put people on the other property to begin with. That way, it's not like I have them here in my own backyard. I mean, it's only 3 miles up the road, so we'll see. Like I said, I'll give you updates. If you're one of those people who wants to become part of the ministry, what I'm trying to do is eventually get this property on the grid with running water, and that's not something that we couldn't do even if we're off the grid. That's totally plausible to do. Um, Septic is the main thing. Putting this property on power is to be able to run the freeze dryer so that we can provide the abundance to send the extra, you know, um, the extra lamb, the extra goat, the extra eggs, the extra chicken to the ministry. So that's why I want to put power out here so that we can provide and have maybe even more than one freeze dryer down the road. We'll start with one. So if you want to support any of that financially, there's Cash App, PayPal. If not, come back when you have more time, and we'll talk about it some more. So I'm just taking it one day at a time out here, trying not to overdo it. Like I said, with a compression fracture in my vertebrae, the worst thing I can do is put myself down where I can't work at all. It will drive me crazy if I can't do something. I don't like sitting around and doing nothing. That drives me nuts. So once in motion, stays in motion. I don't always, do physical labor, but I'm working through studying or working here at the ministry. So again, if you want to be a part of the ministry and come out here, you can get a hold of me and get a hold of me at Predestined for Light, and we'll, hopefully somebody will come out from the ministry. If not, I will pull people from the other sites that I have, and I've done a lot of studying, and I think I can make it work. So that'll be exciting to give you updates on that too. It'd be nice to have somebody else hold the other end of a board, or, see somebody build out their own cabin. As they help out here, they'll be able to work and build their own too. So, you scratch my back, I'll scratch your kind of deal. It'll work out. I know it will. I've had a long time to think about this, over a decade now, of time to work at this. So I've refined how I'm going to do it. So I'll keep you updated. And again, if you want to be a part of the ministry, just come back when you have more time. You don't ever have to donate. You don't have to come out here. It is a worldwide ministry. If nobody ever comes out here, it doesn't mean that I'm not going to stop trying to do what it is that I'm doing out here. So eventually we'll need a place to provide the abundance. Even if I can do it on my own, I will. It might take me years to do it, but I will do it. I'm the kind of person, I just keep stay at it, keep riding, if I get knocked off my horse, I just get back on it and ride again. That's how it works. I'm a veteran. So, all right, I'm going to let you guys go. Again, links are in the description. If you want to support the ministry through Cash App, PayPal, you can send, if you have a license plate that you want to send to the ministry, get a hold of me. I'll give you the P.O. box. I'd like to get some out of state and out of the country license plates. I'll make a mention of it. So get a hold of me at Predestined for Light. I'll send you the P.O. box if you want to send one through the mail. So, all right. Thanks for your time, Pastor. Revelation. Revelation means to lift off the cover, to remove the veil. Remember, he only lifts the scales of the eyes of his bride. So, Pastor Apocalypse. Whoa.